Good evening, and we welcome you to tonight's City Council meeting, and thank you for being here. As we commence, we ask that you please silence your cell phones and electronic devices so as to not disrupt our meeting. At this time, I do ask and invite Minister Harvey Haynes from the Ecclesia Christian Fellowship. Sir, thank you and welcome, and we ask that you please stand, followed by Mayor Pro Tem to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you all rise, please.
Please pray with me. Our Father and our God, we come before you tonight, and Father, we acknowledge that you're God all by yourself, and beside you there is none other. Father, we pray that your presence, your power, and your protection would rest, rule, and abide in this assembly, Father. I pray, God, that the men and women of this great council would continue to acknowledge you as God, as you would order their steps. You tell us in your word that the steps of the righteous are ordered by the Lord. Father, we pray for the citizens of this great city that bring concerns before this board, Father, that they would have renewed confidence in their ability to rule and to govern. Master, we humbly submit to your authority, your will, that your will would be done in us, through us, and by us, Father, to your glory. We ask these blessings in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Minister Haynes and Mayor Pro Tem. City Attorney, is there anything to report from our closed session?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we do have reportable action. On item A, 1 through 5, the City Council unanimously decided to settle those matters. On item B, the City Council, by a vote of 7-0, has authorized our filing of a receivership action on a property at 1395 Roxbury Drive. And finally, on the public employee, the City Council, a motion made by Councilmember Sanchez and a second by Ibarra, has placed our city manager on paid administrative leave. The vote on that was Sanchez, Ibarra, Richard, and the mayor voting yes. Charette, Mulvihill, and Nichols voting no.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Attorney. We are moving on to our presentations tonight. For our presentations, I do invite the representative from our San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce to please provide those announcements. Welcome.
My name is Jim Wheeler. I'm the general manager at Raising Cane's and the chairman of the board for the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce. I got a couple announcements to make. I'll make them as brief as possible. Starting tomorrow, we have the Inland Empire 66ers opening game at the beautiful San Manuel Stadium on E Street. There will be plenty of home games throughout the month, weekdays starting at 7:05, Saturdays at 6:05. Call the 66ers at 888-9922 for the exact days and times. Sunday, April 7th is the Ronald McDonald 5K Walk for Kids at Fontana Park. Call 747-1262. Live streams, Give a Life tribute lunch, and award ceremony takes place there also. Call 386-6870 for more information. The Chamber's governmental affairs meetings takes place at the Chamber offices on April 10th at 9 a.m. and on April 11th. The Inland Fair Housing and Mediation Board's 2019 Fair Housing Conference takes place at 12505 Cultural Center Drive in Rancho Cucamonga beginning at 8 o'clock. You can call 1-800-321-0911 for more information. And going on Friday the 12th, beginning at 6 p.m., the Time for Change Awards Gala takes place at the Doubletree Hotel. That's on 222 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario. Call 886-2994 for details. Saturday, April 13th, the CASA San Bernardino County Heart of a Hero Run takes place on the campus of Cal State San Bernardino. You can call 881-6760 to register. While later that same evening at 7:30, the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra celebrates celestial sounds at the California Theater of the Performing Arts on 4th Street. You can call 381-5388 for tickets. Friday, April 19th, beginning at 8 a.m., the Humane Society presents rattlesnake avoidance training for dogs. Their building is at 374 West Orange Show Road. You can call them for more information. At 11:30 that day, on the San Bernardino Valley College Foundation's golf tournament tees off at the Arrowhead Country Club on Parkside Avenue. On April 24th at 4 p.m., the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra will be hosting a ribbon cutting for the new offices on 536 West 11th Street. Please RSVP to 381-2357 on April 25th. And on April 25th, the Business After Hours will be hosted in the beautiful and historic Enterprise Building on 320 North East Street, beginning at 5 p.m., hosted by the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce. I got two more here. On April 26th at 8 p.m., the much-beloved Mary Poppins takes the stage at California Theater on 4th Street, with repeat performances on Saturday 27th at 2 and 8 p.m., and then again on Sunday at 2. And last but not least, April 27th, one of the most renowned events on the social calendar, the Assistance League of San Bernardino's annual headdress ball takes place at the National Orange Show at 9:30 a.m. and at 5 p.m. You can call 862-0732 for tickets to this spectacular event. And thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great delight to call forward Ms. Liz Beebe from the San Bernardino County Children's Network to join me at the podium. Ms. Beebe, there you are. Very good. Together with the City Council, the City of San Bernardino recognizes Children's Network for its efforts toward bringing awareness to the effects child abuse and neglect have on children, families, and the quality of life, as well as our community here in the City of San Bernardino and our county. The County Children and Family Services has received over 32,000 referrals of suspected child abuse in 2018. We recognize the need for awareness and support. So at this time, I ask the council to join me in recognition of this month of April 2019 as Child Abuse Month. We are very grateful for our partnership with our network here in our city, and we thank you very much for your efforts here in preventing child abuse. Would you like to say a few words?
Just as a reminder to report child abuse, because as a community, we're the eyes and ears for our children, that you guys can always call 211 and they'll connect you right away to the child abuse hotline.
Very good. Thank you. And we appreciate what you're doing in our community. Our next proclamation being issued tonight is April 7th through April 13th as National Library Week. Ed, join me, please, and we thank you for what you do in our communities, our city employee, our library director. Thank you, sir. Libraries have historically strengthened communities, and specifically here in the city of San Bernardino, by enriching, shaping the lives, and resourcing residents from computer literacy efforts. I know my son often tries to go about every 2 weeks. My wife takes the kids. This is a proclamation from the Mayor and City Council on National Library Week, whereas in observance of National Library Week, patrons are encouraged to visit one or more of the 4 San Bernardino public libraries, either in person or virtually at the website. And whereas libraries, strong communities is this year's theme for the American Library Association, as libraries and librarians work to unite the community members for the enrichment and shaping of the city, and whereas libraries help change, that's right, change lives in our communities, serving people of every age, education level, ethnicity, and physical ability. And whereas more than 250,000 people visited our libraries, more than 100,000 items were checked out, and we had more than 40,000 library card holders. And I think our council all has a library card. Maybe the new council members don't, though. But this is a great opportunity to highlight and recognize National Library Week. We salute you and the effort and the staff members there, and we thank you for your service. Sure. Take a picture. There we go. There we are. Ready?
On behalf of the library staff and the Library Board of Trustees, I'd like to thank the Mayor and the Council for your support of libraries. And as stated, everyone can come out and visit our libraries in person or virtually with information at our website. So thank you again.
Very good. And Mr. Library Director, wait with us here. We're going to take a mutual picture here. And Ms. Beebe, I'm sorry. Also, we have our State Assembly representative also would like to make a presentation to both individuals.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. City Council, thank you. It's a beautiful day in San Bernardino, right? Yes, yes it is, because we here. All right. And I'm glad to see you here. Okay, on behalf of the Assembly Member James Ramos, my name is Dion Taylor, the field rep here for San Bernardino. I presented the Children's Network. On behalf of the Assembly Member James Ramos, it is our privilege to present you with this certificate of recognition for promoting children advocacy to individuals, families, and communities in San Bernardino County. Your tireless efforts and contributions are appreciated by our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As well as to Ed Urjevic. See, I got it right.
Got it right.
All
First
right.
time.
Hey, we always want to acknowledge literacy in our community. It is one of the most important. I found out something working with the San Bernardino Unified School District that most of our children, our at-risk youth, come to school. They start school about 1,500 words behind the average kids. Okay, so we want to make sure that the literacy and advocacy, that is very important within our community, for our youth here in San Bernardino, and essential for the growth of our community. So thank you, sir,
you.
for all you do.
All right. Thank you.
Now we're going to take a group photo here.
Okay.
You come forward, Miss Phoebe. Here we are. There we go.
I'm sure I gotta get somewhere.
Your city logo there. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. There we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all you do.
Mr. Taylor, do you have any announcements on behalf of the Assembly member?
I do not, other than he will be here for the State of the City address on Friday. So if anybody want to come out and would love to meet and talk to him, he will be at the event. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We appreciate your presence here tonight. At this time, I do invite anyone from the public who wishes to speak and address the City Council to submit a speaker slip. I will call on you as I receive each slip, and we ask that you submit your slip. We will get started, and I will call for slips to be closed in approximately 5 minutes to give you some time to submit the slip. We are using both podiums tonight, so don't be fearful. Just get to your mic. When I call your name, please, let's get the on deck. We have lots of speakers. We want to honor our speaker slips tonight, and we welcome your comments here. We will, again, be utilizing both podiums, and as I call your name, and please remember to stand on deck, I'll be recognizing one speaker slip for I have multiple here, but we're just going to honor one name per slip. The first speaker is David Friedman, followed by Jorge Heredia, followed by Dolores Armistead. Mr. Friedman? David Friedman?
This is on 15?
This is public comment, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Mine was specific, but
We're recognizing one speaker slip. Please proceed.
okay. Sounds good. So I come here for two things. One, I represent several small businesses in the downtown core. You guys probably know that by now. The Little Gallery of San Bernardino, Downtown Fit Camp, and my own business, Viva La Boba. We are coming here asking again. I try not to come here unless it's important, or if when people make promises, it doesn't happen. So I'm coming here again asking for infrastructure improvements in the downtown area. I'm asking that we reopen the public bathrooms at City Hall. I'm asking that you bring metal trash cans for pedestrians. All of the plastic ones that are down there have been burned down or are rooted in and stolen. Man, it's like really rude to text Fred Sherritt, but yeah. It's like really rude, man. I'm here trying to represent small businesses and bring something to San Bernardino. We need the city lighting improved, and we need bike paths for safety. We were given $250,000 for a master plan for improving bike safety and bike lanes, and as far as I know, nothing has happened with it. I also noticed in the agenda that you guys are extending the sublease on the Veneer building, which is great. I understand. You guys got to be more transparent, and you got to tell us what you're doing with City Hall. What's going on? What's happening there? You guys going to fix it? You going to sell it? What are you doing? Because it's stopping local businesses from coming in there. We could turn that into housing, or move back in and bring more businesses to downtown, bring more employees to downtown so they can spend their money around there and get more sales down in downtown. So I come here as a young person, and I have a vision, and there's a lot of other young people here that are going to speak as well. We want live-work units in downtown. And your ordinance for live-work is horrible. I brought our Teco partners here. I don't know if you guys have heard of Riverside, the Riverside Food Lab, the Claremont Packing House. They have done over 500 live-work units in Pomona, and they turned around that city. And Gion as well, you guys have worked with ICO partners, and both of them cannot do anything here. They're billionaires, and they cannot do anything here and develop anything down here because of the restrictive live-work ordinances that are here. In fact, they were about to buy like $6 million in buildings in downtown that are vacant and empty, and they couldn't because they had meetings with you guys, and they said that the city wasn't ready for what they wanted to do. And you can see the city of Pomona. They're successful. We need sustainable transportation. We have SBX is a huge asset to our community, and we already have the right-of-way in the middle there. Let's use that. Let's make that right-of-way a barrier. Let's use it for sustainable bike pathways.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Our next speaker is Jorge Heredia, followed by Dolores Armstead. Ms. Armstead, Mr. Heredia, please. Ms. Armstead, if you would, please join us at the podium with your mic off, and that way we can speed up the process. Mr. Heredia, welcome.
Hello. Well, hello, San Bernardino community. It's nice to see this room packed with people. When I was here, I believe last week, it was only a couple 10. So it's nice to see people out here to the city council. So hello, San Bernardino community. So my name is Jorge Osvaldo Heredia. I am here to express my hope and desire that today's public council meeting will run smoothly and that it will be productive. I will not go into depth with how disappointed I am with the behavior displayed at the last meeting. True leaders listen. True leaders set the egos aside. The challenges this city is facing are numerous. So I urge you, Mayor, City Council, and staff, please don't add yourself to the list of things the city and community must suffer. If we are going to progress, we need to be wise with our energy and our budget. I know how difficult that is given our finances. We need a stronger tax base. I believe that can happen. When you spend the city's budget, I want you to be transparent and accountable. I want you to focus on investing in the community. Focus on inspiring the people of San Bernardino. Implement a vision. The people of San Bernardino are counting on your leadership and political will. The people speaking on behalf of the animal shelter and violence intervention prove that. Thank you.
Ms. Armstead, you're recognized. Please proceed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dolores Armstead. I'm here for a couple of things. One, I want to, this regards the Boys and Girls Club of 9th Street. I want to thank Mr. Tickmeyer and Councilman Richards for trying to work with the group that's concerned about the Boys Club. We're trying to come up with a resolution. They actually got the regional and Western Regional Boys and Girls Club representatives here, and we're trying to work out a resolution so our kids are served. I want to give a thank you to both of them for doing that. Then just a couple of comments. One, we need housing. We don't need more warehouses. Housing increases the tax base. These warehouses don't. And the warehouses are taking over some prime frontage property on some of our major arteries. That's the last thing we need more of. We need more housing. If you want to increase the tax base, it's not going to be the warehouses. And then my last one is the potholes. I don't know who you're contracting, but can we have a responsible lowest bid? Because whatever they're putting in doesn't last. One truck, one rain, the holes are bigger than they started. Can you please review whoever does the pothole contract? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nell Hansen, followed by Paige Miller, followed by Luis Ojeda. Nell Hansen, or Hell Hansen? I'm sorry.
Is it for the shelter?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank the council and Mayor Valdivia for allowing me to speak. I've come to you before. I was born in San Bernardino and spent my first 10 years of my life here. I am a Redlands resident and a professional educator. I would like the council to really think about educating the children. You've got a community that sees these animals as bait dogs and used for violence and not as pets. If you get into the schools and you teach these children that these are pets, wonderful animals, there's lots of resources at your disposal, then we can change that whole mindset from the bottom up. You have a ton of retired educators and volunteers that would be willing to go into the schools. It would not cost you anything. And it would be an excellent way. It would be an excellent way to address the problem from the bottom. We understand that you've decided to move the services to Riverside, but you still have dogfighting here in San Bernardino. And I want you to keep in mind that you're losing a lot of revenue if you consider $300 per dog that the rescues are spending, and now it's going to be going to a different city. And finally, when I was here last month, I believe that you guys had decided to take the shelter away from the police department and look for another governing force. And I was just wondering, was that shelved? I didn't know what was happening. Thank you very much.
Ms. Miller, you're recognized.
Paige Miller, founder director of the Page Project, collecting donations for animal rescues. It appears at the meeting of March 20th, 2019, approximately 11:45 p.m., this mayor and council voted against allowing any nonprofit the opportunity to submit a request for proposal to partner with the city to run the animal shelter. Strongly suggest you reconsider that vote. You voted to outsource the animal shelter to Riverside County and asked them to complete a request for proposal. It appears the mayor instructed the city manager to put the item on the agenda, item number 26, resulting in a very late night vote. It certainly appears as if somebody or somebodies want to make sure the animal shelter shuts down and the animal commission shuts down. Councilmember Ibarra and Nickel, thank you for visiting the Upland Shelter with Alice from San Bernardino Animal Care Foundation to see what might have been a model for this city. Thank you for attending the Animal Commission meeting as well as requested. However, based upon your actions and appearances, the following should happen. Number one, the mayor, every council member, and city manager owe a personal apology to every one of your commissioners that you appointed to the Animal Commission. Number two, after that apology, dissolve the Animal Commission. Your actions have rendered them irrelevant. Number three, San Bernardino city officials need to get out of the animal welfare business completely. If you proceed to shut this shelter down, do not open an adoption center. You have little understanding and business acumen regarding the animal welfare. So leave it to the professionals in this room and to the private sector and nonprofits, please. Rescue groups actually take adoptions out of this city to Orange County, San Diego, other areas. Number four, the $600,000 plus earmarked for the shelter building fund should only benefit animals. Money should be reallocated to a nonprofit such as Daisy's Hopes Foundation to strategically and specifically oversee spay-neuter mobile units throughout San Bernardino to aggressively curb pet overpopulation until those funds run out. Daisy's Hope already has a resource education center at the San Bernardino Airport. They have an established outreach and network and coordinate mobile events. In case you are not aware, they're actually right next to where you all want to have your meetings at the airport next May. Number five, it is very sad and disheartening after viewing the conduct, the disrespect, and dysfunction of the people at this dais over the past few months. I say this with heart. It is apparent you need a professional mediator and outside legal counsel simply to review the city charter and clearly define your job descriptions so that you can stay in your lanes and help move the city forward. We don't need to now have to turn around after the fire, the trash, and the animal city. And somebody thinks that maybe it's a good idea to outsource the mayor, the council, and the manager. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. O'Haley, you're up. Followed by Aurora McElroy, followed by Mr. Majati. Mr. Ojeda, you're recognized for 3 minutes, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Luis Ojeda, president and founder of We Are the Change. Most of the time, we blame the authorities, city council, the mayor, city manager, and everybody else but we failed to, acknowledge our own faults. There's a phone ringing. And last Sunday, we went to the Rick Spiker Park, and we cleaned it up very nice. We were going to be working on the skating section. We reached out to the local authorities. They were very willing to work with us to get it back in shape to be able to be used by the kids. And there was only one big functioning ramp that was left there. And at the same night, on Sunday, somebody decided to just, put on fire. They burn it. So now, can we blame the police, or can we blame the council? Can we blame the mayor? Because some people, they just don't want to have nice things in this city. I think it's time for everybody to take responsibility of what we do. So I want to encourage everyone to try to do their best to try to help the city. We're doing our part. So in another, I want to talk also in the item 2027, there's a lot of complaints from different business people about the street vendors and food trucks. Well, let me tell you that I think your dissatisfaction should be looked elsewhere. Because remember, now we're not allowed to harass them. And I would like the council to consider to see if they can, make them legal. That way they can comply, have permits, and, they can get a permit from the health department. They can pay their taxes. They can have a regulation where they're allowed to operate. Because at this moment, with most of the business in downtown closing, and, very soon, I think they're going to be the only one left serving the downtown and the surrounding areas. So I know that this item is on the agenda. Please try to do the right thing. And the last thing that we need is to have the police harassing law-abiding citizens that try to make a living. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aurora McElroy. Mr. Majati follows, and Don Thompson. And why not? Michelle Sabino. Miss McElroy? Miss McElroy, you please come. Are you Aurora McElroy?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Welcome. Mr. Majati, Mr. Don Thomas is next, so just stand on deck, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
Part of it.
You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Good evening, fellow San Bernardino citizens, visitors, mayor, and members of the council. What can I say? I come to you with a spirit of reconciliation and an invitation to reconsider the position on the animal shelter. To start with, I have done 29 years of service here in San Bernardino, or residency, I should say, and I have contributed a lot of blood, sweat, and tears as a teacher with San Bernardino City Unified. So I'm very invested in this community, and I care passionately about what happens. Many good points were brought up by some of the previous speakers, so I'm not going to delve any further into that, but I am not here to say shame on the city council, shame on the mayor, because there's a lot of shaming that goes around. I say, I'm going to ask you as a person who voted for yourself, Mr. Mayor, Professor Mulvihill, Dr. Mulvihill, I also voted for you. You're my ward representative. And I'm asking you as your constituents to please reconsider the contribution and to the position that the city council has taken. I also want to thank those who have been proactive and representing the will of the citizenry of all the people are here and all of San Bernardino who have followed through on their campaign promises and who have respected what the citizenry desires. Ms. Ibarra and Mr. Nickel, thank you for your position. You have my support for the upcoming elections. But above and beyond the emotions, which is very hard to extract from this, I'm urging you to consider making a U-turn on your position for the most practical reason. It goes without saying that if there is no shelter, there is no place for people in the city who are on short means to take animals they find on the street. Mr. Valdivia, Mayor Valdivia, I apologize. Who do you propose is going to pick up animals that are dead in the street? Who is going to now counsel neighbors that have gotten into fights over one dog biting another? We are now creating a social problem, and from the most practical standpoint of the social problem that is created by removing and outsourcing beyond our borders, there are many collateral issues that come about, and I would encourage you to follow in the spirit of what my mother used to say. There's never a bad decision that can't be undone. I appreciate your contributions in other areas. Thank you.
Are you Ms. Thomas? Don Thomas?
Yes.
Followed
Thank
by Majati, followed by Michelle Sabino. Ms. Thomas, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dawn Thomas. I'm a member of Cathedral of Praise International Ministries, as well as a member of ICUC in San Bernardino, an organization that is advocated for ceasefire and the VIP program in San Bernardino. According to a staff report dated March 20th, 2019, the city is slated to move forward with approving approximately $637,000 for the Community-Oriented Policing Problem-Solving Program, when they have already received a grant of approximately $500,000 to fund the Violence Intervention Program. According to the same staff report, the review of literature research directly recited from Michigan State University is over 20 years old. It does not take into consideration the current state or climate of San Bernardino components of COPPs that encourages community engagement, such as the weekly Coffee with Cops. It was stated during the March 19th Facebook Live Town Hall meeting that Coffee with a Cop and most community engagement is attended by the same people every single season. What this indicates is that the San Bernardino Police Department community engages opportunities, reach a limited demographic, and is not representative of the community that they serve, nor the matters that are affecting the neighborhoods. The city has already approved and implemented the current VIP program, utilizing the most recent data that is less than 3 years old. Because it is a research and data-driven program with statistical outcomes that demonstrate a decrease in gun violence per capita, it is a logical option to support our residents, police department, and attract businesses. Without an effective data-driven approach, homeowners will continue to see a 1.5% drop in home value every single time a homicide occurs in the city. It is for these reasons today that we are asking you, the city officials, each and every one of you, to continue the VIP program and to continue approval of future applications for grant funding of this program so that the city budget remains unimpacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Our next speaker is Mr. Majati, followed by Michelle Sabino, followed by, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it, Jabari H. Mr. Majati, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This now boils down to just a question of respect. I'm kind of blindsided this evening to find that there's been continuous conversations with Boys and Girls Club, but we weren't included in the conversation. In August of last year, this council directed city staff to meet with me and board members to discuss ongoing efforts to bring the Boys and Girls Club charter back to San Bernardino. That didn't happen. I requested a meeting with the former mayor, got no response. Requested a meeting with the city manager, and instead got an opportunity to meet with her designee, Mr. Tickmeyer. We provided the city manager's office with correspondence to the Boys and Girls Club of America, refuting their claims of noncompliance. They did not respond to it. As an example, one of the reasons that they stated we were out of compliance is they stated we didn't have an adequate 401k plan. When we shared with them information where I had drawn money from my 401k plan to buy a house, it went unresponded to. When they claimed that we did not have a background policy and our kids were in danger, we provided them with evidence that our policy was better than theirs. Ours was real time. So if someone commits a crime today and it becomes a part of the record, we get notified immediately. Their policy, you wouldn't know until a year later. And so again, those issues went unresponded to. And so it's a bit disingenuous. And so I invited City Manager Representative Mr. Tickmeyer to come to our board meeting because there were claims put out into the community that stated something to the effect of there was no oversight, fiscal mismanagement, et cetera, and we wanted to put those issues to rest and give Mr. Tickmeyer, City Manager's office, an opportunity to question our board, to have any and all questions answered. That email went unresponded to as well. So I cannot control what the Boys and Girls Club of America decides to do. It's their charter, it's their right. What I do expect, though, is just a tad bit of respect, to at least give me the opportunity to state our position and to provide the evidence to refute what they were talking about. That opportunity has not yet been presented. And so I'm asking this council to provide that opportunity, whether it be an ad hoc committee, et cetera. I am more than willing, my board is as well, as many members of my board are here, to have that conversation and talk about discrepancies, concerns, and compliance issues that took place so that whatever decision is made, at least it's made with everyone having full knowledge and full truth. We have been custodians, good custodians of faith at that organization, and for 10 years, we have provided over $500,000 in renovations to that building that was decrepit, asbestos problems with a heater system that didn't work for 2 decades. And so I repaired all that. We wrote grants, we brought money in, we put well over $500,000 into restoring that facility. We went from being an organization that had 9 employees to one that has over 140 employees. We went to becoming one of the fastest employers on the west side of San Bernardino. We're serving over 2,000 kids per day with our CAPS program and programs on site. So it's kind of hurtful to hear folks say things like we're not serving kids. The truth has not been told because I haven't had a chance to express it. All I ask from this council and the mayor is an opportunity to come before, to meet, I should say, and let us provide the evidence to dispute those claims that we are out of compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Marjotti. Our next speaker is Michelle Sabino, followed by Jabari H., followed by Richard Jackson. Ms. Sabino, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm not here to talk about the animals, even though my father was violently attacked by his neighbor's dog, and the neighbors were advised just to keep it in the garage. Nothing done. I am here tonight to talk about the violence. I am a lifelong resident of San Bernardino. I moved after I graduated. My granddad died at the age of 99, born and raised here as well. My parents, my great-grandmother died at the age of 101, their home built on Paris and 9th Street, and so my roots are very deep in this city. I am here because I, too, have been impacted by the violence of San Bernardino after having lost my cousin on December 24th of 2005. I am a speech-language pathologist. I am a graduate of Loma Linda University. I am the owner of Speech Logic Professionals. I am a member of the organization, The Exception, that serves the local youth of the Inland Empire. I am one of the few non-religious members of ICUC who works alongside of Inland Congregations United for Change in advocating for a ceasefire program in this city, otherwise known as the VIP program. ICUC was founded over 28 years ago by local interfaith leaders. It is comprised of 63 congregations from San Bernardino and Riverside counties, and it represents over 60,000 families. Over the past 2 years, we've orchestrated more than 20 peace walks in neighborhoods where lives have been lost. Each gathering has yielded over 50 attendees representing 16 congregations of various religious entities. With over 1,000 members having attended, it is evident that we are deeply committed to the Violence Intervention Program. It is a community-based program that has the support of Chief Burguan and former city council members who participated in trainings and orientations to implement the current program that's in place. The current Violent Intervention Program is an approach that uses intervention and prevention for those at greatest risk of being a victim of violence or for being the cause of violence in this city. It is a program that is currently funded by a grant and did not impact the current budget that serves our community. We believe in taking responsibility and participating in our community. We have a commitment to the belief that decision-making should be made by and for the people. Today, we are asking each of you city officials sitting here today to continue the VIP program and to continue approval of future applications for grants of this program so that the city budget no longer is impacted. Thank you.
Jabari H., followed by Richard Jackson, followed by Majid Siraj. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me. I'm Jabari Holder. I currently work with Pico, California. I'm from Oakland, California. I am a success story through the VIP program, which was called Ceasefire in Oakland. And I just want to share my testimony, raw and uncut, from what it did for me as an individual and what I believe the program could do for a lot of other young men. As she just stated, that I was a victim of the violence and I was a perpetrator of the violence. I attended the meeting. I got a long history of a story. I was put in the system from day one. My mama died in my arms when I was 8, so I was immediately placed in the system. That completely failed me as a foster kid. At 18, I tried to find comfort other places. I found it on the street. I got good at what I was doing on the street. I'm not bragging about it, but that was the situations that I was faced to be upon. Moving forward, a lot forward, I got called into one of these call-ins. I was a little worried about it, but what the call-in did for me was brought a different reality to my life. And when I say a different reality, I just want y'all to take that into consideration. A lot of people in these neighborhoods, they don't have no type of role models. They don't have no type of influences in their life to look forward to. I believe the VIP program provides role models for our youngins in our community to look forward to. They provide a vision to see somebody who comes through that same struggle that you could see made it out of the struggle. So it's a different reality. I just want y'all to keep in mind, to the best of your ability, that lives are being took every day out here on these streets. If we're not going to save the lives, if we're not going to save the lives, what are we going to do? We got a lot of important lives out there. Kids are dying, not because they want to die, because they don't have no other means of surviving. Without giving them other means of surviving and cutting the program off, without substituting the program with something else that'll help them, I think could do the city a bit of discomfort. I think by not trying to save our youth, we miss a lot of what the youth have to offer. And I believe that that's the first way to having a beloved community. I don't know how big y'all are on having a beloved community where we all belong at, but if we don't believe our youth belong and our kids belong, then we have a lot more work that we need to do. Thank you for having me.
Our next speaker is Richard Jackson, followed by Majid Siraj, followed by Paul Sanborn. Mr. Jackson, you recognize and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Richard Jackson, like you mentioned. I'm the owner of Med Products Group. I'm a cannabis applicant. I just want to, I understand that you might be considering increasing the number of licenses. I would fully support increasing the number to 39. These are multi-million-dollar companies. I was here the 21st of February when they all presented themselves. They seem very capable. I have many years of experience in business and medicine, and real estate as well. I know a good company when I see it, and these were well-qualified folks. This industry of cannabis is highly regulated. Believe me, I do consulting work for other companies throughout California. And it's extremely difficult for these guys to follow all the rules. It's a lot. I was just in Desert Hot Springs today, touring a facility I work with, and the inspector from California, Cal Cannabis, that's a part of California that regulates cultivation. And we walked through this facility. It's beautiful. It's clean. It's new. That whole city has got hundreds of these new buildings going up. A lot of them are already completed. There's no unemployment there. The city is flush with cash because these gigantic amount of fees and taxes that the industry has to pay. I hate to see, the city that I live in forgo this opportunity. These are well-regulated companies. They have a lot of money. They can bring it in and make the city beautiful. Their building's beautiful. Everything's well controlled. It's not going to, believe me, the prices that we have to charge in these facilities is extremely high. The people who are addicted to these drugs are not going to buy it at retail stores. They're going to continue to buy it on the streets because they can buy it at less than half price. So I think that if for me in the city, I would want to give the best benefit to the people who really want to try and put their money and their expertise to work in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Siraj, you're recognized, sir.
It's an honor to go after Rick. He's a veteran and I myself served 6 months in Afghanistan with the U.S. Army. Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and the amazing people sitting here tonight, my name is Dr. Siraj, and I'm the CEO of ECS Labs, a cannabis micro-business applicant. Cannabis is back on the agenda tonight because after a year-long and painful screening process, it has become crystal clear that the entire licensing process, the entire licensing scheme was deeply flawed and highly corrupt. The odds were stacked and the game was rigged. Case in point, disgraced HDL's Phase 2 scores were vacated, the city's Phase 3 scores did not pass muster, and Phase 4 was a travesty in the name of due process and discretionary licensing. The bigger story, however, is that the city manager abused her authority throughout the entire licensing process by modifying the application guidelines without city council approval. The Municipal Code 5.10.370A explicitly states that the city manager or her designee is authorized to establish any rules, regs, and standards governing commercial cannabis subject to approval from the mayor and the city council. Once again, subject to approval from the mayor and the city council. Just 2 days after the application window closed, the city manager authorized the acceptance of a late application who secured a license. This is a clear violation of the application guidelines. A month after the application window had closed, the city manager met with AMPM management for 2.5 hours, and according to Mr. Estemeyer, I quote, "We were able to eliminate or soften some of the most restrictive elements of the ordinance. The results of the meeting far exceeded our expectations." Apparently so. It was a very successful meeting for AMPM management, but not for the rest of the applicants who were not invited to the meeting. This calls the city manager's judgment and objectivity into question. Just 2 days before the Phase 4 selection meeting, Jeffrey Bloom's contract with the city ends. Is the timing of Mr. Bloom's departure just a coincidence, or is it something much more sinister? Considering all of this evidence presented, the City Council has an ethical and legal obligation to fix a broken and fraudulent licensing system by providing a clear path for the remaining qualified applicants to secure a cannabis license. Let's have a moment of clarity. Let's have a moment of nonpartisanship, a moment of common sense, a moment of harmony and unity, and grant licenses to all the remaining applicants who have worked so hard to do business in this city. This city needs us as much as we need you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanborn. Followed by Treasurer Ortiz, followed by Ben Eilenberg. Mr. Sanborn, welcome, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I want you people to pay attention to these here signs on the side. It's for basically the council meetings. It's the code of conduct. It says on there for mayor, council, and staff. Number 3 says, shall not engage in any disorderly or destructive conduct. And that's exactly if you'd have been here last Wednesday night with Mr. Fred Charette. I want to point out to you that the mayor, along with Joe Arnett, before the mayor actually was in the 3rd Ward, come down and fought to keep that call center off. That was $750,000 that could have went to this animal shelter to keep it going. That was the Gang of 4. Remember that. The Gang of 4 for the fire department also sent it through for the $152 that we pay every year now, and that goes on to infamy, I guess. I don't know where it's going to start or stop, shall we say. I want to bring an idea to you that I brought 2-3 years ago. The police department, if you put the gas tanks up there to fill those cars up with, the policeman doesn't have to run all the way down to Arrowhead and blow 45 minutes. For every shift going in, you got one extra call that you can take care of. Not that you're going to get caught up, but it's a chance to get moving on. Fred here, he lied to you last Wednesday night. He said he's got a bridge for sale. He hasn't got a bridge. He points out special meetings. The last 10 years, we haven't hardly had any special meetings. Since John has got in as mayor, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Had they had the special meetings, we would have never made it into bankruptcy, don't you believe? Yes. You know, you bet. And to the public, no man acts like he did last Wednesday that hasn't got something to hide. I'm just telling you, point blank. Anyhow, you need to go back and watch that over again, Fred. No, you need to watch it again. I never realized you were so racist till I watched that twice myself. You need to watch it again.
Ms. Ortiz, followed by Ben Eilenberg, followed by Alice Chow. Ms. Ortiz, welcome.
Mayor and council, residents of the city of San Bernardino, and guests. Tonight, I am both sad and proud. I'm proud because I got to stand on the streets today over on the Orange Show in East Street with these people who want to save our animal shelter. And I am so amazed by your effort in being out here. But I am so sad that they are even having to do that. That they stood here a month ago and told you not to outsource the shelter, to come back with an RFP process that Sandra Ibarra said she wanted to put forth and pull the animal shelter out of it. And what did the city manager tell us? That the mayor directed her not to take the options back to the commission. And they voted to get rid of it. I'm honored that the cannabis people are back here and still fighting for their place. I am saddened by the fact that they had to go through a process that was corrupt, that wasn't fair and equitable, and that for some reason we thought it was okay to bring a whole new industry in here and still allow ourselves to take contributions from them, and then tell them that they were going to get a real shot. I am excited and proud that the people of this city are talking about the future, about development, about the types of jobs and the types of industry that they want to have here. But I'm saddened by the fact that you continue to use the city of San Bernardino budget as a piggy bank, that you open the reserves and that you spend the money we do not have because you are not driving new revenue into this city. You are all accountable for what is happening, and I hope you see that the people of the city of San Bernardino are awake. And they are here. And they are not going to allow this anymore. I want to know how you can talk about investigations, how you can put city managers on a paid administrative leave, how all this transparency, you call a budget meeting without a budget? You tell us you move a meeting to 7 o'clock because that's the best in the public's interest to attend, but yet you hold your special meeting at 5? Your chief of staff sits there and dares to disrespect our representatives and tell them what information they are and will not have if he doesn't want him to. He violates the charter. No, this is ridiculous. And you know what? The people see it and they know it. You work for us. And don't forget that. You know, we got a mayor caught at an illegal pot shop that's robbed. And yet, there's an investigation in the DA's office. Where are we hearing about that? Where are we hearing about? There is a shroud of darkness, no accountability and no transparency in this city. And it has to end now.
Our next speaker is Ben Eilenberg, followed by Alice Chow, followed by Ed Smith. Mr. Eilenberg, welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here. We have two major issues that everyone's dealing with, cannabis and the animal shelter. I'm actually here to talk about both. As you may know, and you may not, and this is sort of my issue of concern, in one of the cannabis lawsuits run by my client, one of her companies, my client is Stephanie Smith and her company is Bubba Likes Tortillas, we have now reached the stage where the city has corrected the improper conduct of the past, and so the city attorneys and myself and the court have all agreed that all that's left is the attorney's fees motion. As you may know, the city of Fontana just had one of those attorney's fees motions with the same judge that resulted in a 6-figure payday. We submitted a settlement offer about 2 weeks ago to the city that did not appear on the agenda, even in the closed session agenda, and that's why I'm worried for you. What we agreed to do was we will forfeit every dollar of attorney's fees, every dollar of costs. We won't ask for a dime. All we ask is that that money be applied to keep the animal shelter open for 1 extra year. This is an example of how the cannabis community can be good corporate citizens, and we would like to be one of the forefront of that, showing that we are good corporate citizens. That said, it is very concerning that this did not appear anywhere on the agenda, and that frankly, now we may not have enough time as a city to negotiate whether that is an acceptable resolution. My hope is that we'll hear back from the city attorneys, and hopefully we'll be able to resolve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chow, welcome.
Hello,
Followed
council
by
members.
Ed Smith, followed by
Mayor
Debbie
Valdivia.
Melvin. Just a moment, ma'am. Followed by Ed Smith, followed by Debbie Melvin, and Mike Hartley. Ms. Chow, welcome.
Hello, council members and Mayor Valdivia. My name is Alice Chow. I'm with the Animal Care Foundation. Words matter, and when you look into someone's eyes and you say that you wanted to keep the shelter open for another year, and then several months before that, you don't keep your promise and you vote to outsource it, that is morally wrong. Not only is it morally wrong, we look up to all of you. You have been blessed to be put in a position where you can make wonderful things happen for the city. And these residents trust you enough to vote for you, to be their voices. And when you are hearing what they want and you don't do what they're asking you to do, that is just wrong. The vote of the outsource was, caught us off guard, but we weren't even given an opportunity to give our proposal. And part of our proposal was to bring in revenue for the city through the licensing fees and to build a new shelter. We couldn't even tell you that because we weren't given the opportunity to put it in a plan so that you could read it. There's no way we could cram it into 3-minute speeches, not even if I came to every single meeting for the next 3 to 5 years. As a teacher, I teach my kids that people do make mistakes, and I give them second chances. Sometimes I give them third chances. But I tell them you must correct it, or if you continue to repeat bad decisions on purpose, people will start seeing you as a bad person, and you will end up to be a bad person because you continue to make the wrong choices intentionally. And this also applies to adults. And I hope that you can change it and reverse it and make it right and give us the opportunity to come in and help the city. The city of San Bernardino, I'm discovering, is spending millions of dollars on consultants. And I just wanted to bring this up, that the volunteers and the rescues, we're not charging you for anything. The last 5 years that we have come in to rescue your dogs and cats, put in supplies and donations that the shelter needed, bring in maintenance to help do repairs, we have charged you nothing. Our wages, our salaries, and our pensions cost you nothing. What we want to do is come in and do more than what we've done, because we have not been able to do as much as we wanted to because of lack of cooperation from management. And all we want to do is to be given another chance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ed Smith, followed by Debbie Melvin, followed by Mike Hartley. Ed Smith? Mr. Smith, welcome, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to be here. My name is Ed Smith. I'm a resident of San Bernardino since about 1967. I have two concerns tonight that I'd like to bring up. One is with your cannabis dispensaries. You have a 600-foot residential buffer on that, which means these places cannot be near any homes or any residential areas. If you look at our map, and if you all understand the city is designed from east to west and north and south. Any of those main streets that run east and west have backed up to them residential areas, and that's completely throughout our whole city until we get to about Mill Street. Now, I'm going to call that the Loma Linda area, because there's only two areas that I can figure out where these places should be able to go. One's going to be somewhere down by Loma Linda. The others are going to be out by DeVore somewhere. And I'd like to know, I know that there's a lot of people that have a lot of negativity to the cannabis industry, and I can understand that. There's a lot of sick people out there that need this medicine. And if we would allow, if the city I'm hearing a lot of good stuff tonight. It sounds like what needs to happen here is vision. We need to start looking ahead. We gotta stop all this fighting amongst ourselves. It seems like there's a tax-based problem that we have here. And it seems like there's a billion-dollar industry out there looking for a place to stay. There's nowhere in this state for these big corporations that want to grow, that want to manufacture, that want to do medical research, and continue with prosperity in this industry. You're looking at this industry like everything is about pot shops. It's not. We're moving into the medical industry, and we are moving into the retail industry. And what I'd really like to say is this city has got to get some of this industry in this city. It's got to happen. That's your new tax base. That's the tax base you're looking for. One other thing I want you to remember. 40 years ago, people that drank wine were known as winos. There's a whole industry now in California called the wine industry. And it's a very elite industry. So let's have a little vision, a little faith. Let's open up our arms. And let's solve a lot of problems with the money that cannabis can provide for this city. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank you, Mr.
your time.
Smith. Ms. Melvin, Debbie Melvin, followed by Mike Hartley, followed by Mona Harnish. Welcome, Ms. Melvin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening. My name is Debbie, and I am a resident of Riverside County. And I am here because I want to make sure that the city or the county of Riverside is aware of all that this happened, is all that is going on in Riverside County. We feel that your dogs belong in San Bernardino County. And so we're going to be working with the supervisors and the different agencies there and letting them know that we feel that we don't want your dogs. No offense or anything. Obviously, you don't want your dogs either. So, we want to work with you, though. I am a construction management, and that's my industry, and that's why I know the supervisors as well as I do, because I work with them on a daily basis. But the reality is, you have a $2 million property out here. And I worked with Andrea Miller. I talked to her on the phone at length for at least an hour one day, and we talked about the options at the shelter. And she agreed with me. She said that, and I wish she was here now, but she said that she could see the opportunities that would be out there for just taking a little bit of time, looking at the opportunities that you have, and then working with you. And I don't feel that it's an $18 million, as one of your advocates said, $18 million. The city of Corona built a shelter for $2 million. And if your property is already there, then it's not going to be something that you're going to need to spend $2 million on. You need to figure out which areas need the most time and attention, and then work there, and then take the money that you have. And the gentleman that offered his funds, there's opportunities here. You have all these people here that want to help, and you need to have this resource, and you need to use this resource instead of just closing your eyes. Last gentleman said you need to have vision. I think you need to listen. I think you need to use your 5 senses, and I think you need to figure out how to make this work for you, because you have all sorts of situations like the gentleman back here with the library. When is it his turn to be outsourced? I mean, it feels like you're outsourcing everything. At what point is everything going to be gone for the city of San Bernardino? There was a gentleman that was standing with me in line today, and he said he was from San Bernardino, and then he said, but I'm ashamed to admit it. Well, that's not right. You want people to be proud of your city, and you have pride here. You just have to learn how to resource it, to work together, to be a team with them. They're here for you, and you need to listen, and you need to work with them. That's just my opinion, and I hope that you guys can figure out how to keep your dogs in San Bernardino, because in Riverside County, we don't want them. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mike Hartley, followed by Mona Harnish, followed by Dr. April Clay. Mr. Hartley, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Mike Hartley, 3066 Parkside Drive, San Bernardino. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of the many concerned citizens of San Bernardino regarding the circumstances surrounding an officer of the San Bernardino Police Department who on March 15, 2019 was put on paid administrative leave. As of tonight, April 3rd, 2019, he is still on paid administrative leave. This officer's name is Rich Lawhead, and he has been in charge of the quality of life team and code enforcement. I have with me a petition that has signatures from people of all walks of life. There are signatures from lawyers, plumbers, auto mechanics, electricians, waitresses, contractors, developers, real estate agents. There are business owners, which include car dealerships, carpet and flooring, restaurants, gas stations, and convenience stores. The list goes on and on. We all consider ourselves friends of Captain Lawhead, and that is because of one thing. He helped us out in our time of need. For some, it was what they considered their darkest hour. Many of us felt all hope was lost, that fighting for a better quality of life was no longer achievable. We felt we weren't winning, and we started to admit to ourselves the unthinkable. We lost the battle. Then came Captain Lawhead and Coffee with the Cop. He actually showed us there was still hope, and the battle may have been lost, but the war is definitely winnable. He told us we need to work together, use the GO app, and if we felt the problem was taking too long to remedy, he told us to call him and gave us his personal phone number. He said we could call him anytime, day or night, and we did, and it worked. When people dumped trash illegally, he got it removed. When cars were parked and abandoned, he got them removed. When the homeless camped out in front of our businesses, he got them removed. We always thanked him, but he always reminded us it wasn't just him that needed to be thanked. It was all the people who worked in all the different departments of the city. They also cared and also wanted to have a clean city just as much as we did. So we thank the city manager, and we thank the director of public works, and we thank all the city employees that help us have a better quality of life. You do give us hope. We hope sometimes things don't get done as quickly as you would like. We know things aren't perfect. Nothing ever is, but it's a start. Captain Lawhead gave us that start, and we want to thank him for giving us the vision to see that even though we may have lost a battle, if we stick together, we will win the war. If the reason for Captain Lawhead is on paid administrative leave does not amount to a criminal charge, we would like to ask the city manager and mayor and city council to expunge from his record any negative accusation that may have warranted his leave. In closing, we want to make sure it's understood. We love our police. They protect us and they risk their lives to protect us. Make no mistake, without a better quality of life, there is no reason we can think of to want to live in San Bernardino. To achieve this quality of life, we need for Captain Lawhead to be reinstated to full duty with his position as captain in charge of quality of life team, code enforcement, all the special enforcement officers, which include the SET team, gang team, SWAT, community affairs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have, next is Mona Harnish, followed by Dr. April Clay. Yes, can we have Mona Harnish? Can we please have some order? Can we please have some order? Thank you. Mona Harnish, followed by Dr. April Clay.
Mayor went. I want to thank Ms. Ybarra and Mr. Nichols for siding with your citizens on this animal shelter. I appreciate that you listened to what we wanted. The rest of you should be ashamed of yourself. You're not listening to your citizens. In the 11 months I've been coming to these meetings, not one person has spoken to outsource this shelter except Mulvihill and Shorett. You're always pushing for it every week. Riverside is making money off their shelter. Why wouldn't we want to do the same thing? If they're making money, we can make money too. There's programs like the Pause in Prison program that not only trains dogs, but it helps the recidivism rate to be reduced. There's vets training vets to train dogs for PTSD. We have both the jail here and we have the vet center. I have to keep wondering why you keep voting against what your citizens want and what you're getting out of it.
Thank you. Dr. April Clay.
Good evening. So first I wanted to say thank you for being here. I know that you guys don't come here necessarily to have the very combative conversations that might take place, but we know that the work is critical, your stances are important, but at the end of the day, my hope and my prayer is that you do hear the people of the city, because at the end of the day, we have to live here. We really do. We want to live in peace. We want to live in harmony. I actually stand before you as the Executive Director of Clay Counseling Solutions. We are a local organization that chooses to reside work, and play in the city of San Bernardino. We love being here. We love the people of San Bernardino. I could tell that I'm not the only one on fire for the issues that matter to me, but this is our home. So if we can't hash it out here, where can we hash it out? So I'm stay in the fire, keep doing the work, but at the end of the day, I'm just praying that we all hear the heart of the people, because that's what really does matter. Because we live in a democracy. And my hope is that the people's voice is really heard. So with that being said, violence in the city of San Bernardino is real. It is dangerous. Everyone who has a resident that lays their head here is concerned about that, because we don't want to end up on the news. We don't want anyone else to come inside our city and terrorize us, or to wake up one morning and decide that their mental health issues will be taken out on other people. So I think it's important that we acknowledge that violence has to be addressed. So now you know I'm standing on behalf of the Violence Intervention Program, which I am one of the 3 contractors who's been identified to do this work. We provide the case management, which with really a critical mental health lens. What we're doing is trying to help the people not just get out of the situations that involve guns. We want to help them make better choices. We want to help meet some of the needs that they have that would cause them to end up in the violent situations, whether it's domestic setting, whatever it is. But then at the end of the day, we know that when a life is lost, that loved one is no longer there. Whether we believe as a member of the city that this person was a positive role or a negative role, there will be an impact. So we know that you have to address that impact that happens. The way this program was designed is really well thought out. It's supported by the state. It's coming through the BSCC. It's actually funded and supported by the state alongside the city. And so since the city is not actually having to be leaned upon, it's important that we keep it. We find additional funding to support it, and that we love on this program, because we have to live here and violence has to be addressed. Bringing more police is not necessarily the solution, yet I would like the 30-minute, 40-minute wait to reduce. So I know that's got to be one of the pieces we do, but we have to do something about the violence that's happening here. We have to. And so that being said, why not let us help you? This is our home. We say we love this city, let us help you. And so that's what this program does. It gives us, the community, an opportunity to step forward and say, this is where it's happening, let us help you. Let us help make peace happen. And then when there's restoration needed, we come alongside and we provide the support. Where the policing stops, that's where we start. That's where the real work begins to help restore our community. So violence intervention, violence intervention, violence intervention. I just want to thank you again for your work. Continue to stay in the fire, and we'll stay in it with you.
Thank you, Dr. Clay. We'll have Maria Morales, followed by Keisha McGee, followed by Mia Davis. So that's Maria Morales, Keisha McGee, followed by Mia Davis.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for having me and listening to me. I am a resident of San Bernardino. My name is Maria Morales, and I've been here in San Bernardino County since 1994. I love it. It took me a while being from LA, but my concerns now as an aging citizen are the cannabis initiatives. I really wish that you would take into consideration the need, the medical need by many of us baby boomers. It is real. What at one time, those of us that survived the 60s, what once was considered reckless and crazy, we now really have a serious need due to anxiety disorder, depression, chronic pain disorder, those 3 of which I suffer, and I have the need for the medication as well, and it's done wonders. I have family members that have been helped with a seizure disorder. An 11-year-old nephew of mine can now speak and go to school and interact socially because of this. There's much work to do still. There's a lot of understanding that is still not known. Oh, thank you. But I really wish you would consider it. My mother, who's here with me tonight, also has arthritic pain that she can't always control. She's 91 years young, and I have regulated medication for her as well, and she can attest that she now is pain-free because she's monitored carefully. Please consider it. We don't need to go to Riverside or Los Angeles to pay extraordinary prices when we can keep it here at home. and there is a serious need. Our veterans, our senior citizens are in dire straits in this medication, the need of this medication, as well as many of our children. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Maria. Is it Keisha McKee or Keisha McGee?
Keisha McGee.
McGee.
I just ask everyone that's in the violence intervention program to stand up so that people can see the work that we're doing. Hi, my name is Keisha McGee, and I am a minister at Life Center Church. Our congregation is a member of Inland Congregations United for Change and Congregations Engaged for Pathetic Engagement, COPE. We are organizations made up of interfaith and coalition partners determined to end gun violence and change the narrative of our public safety system. The Violence Intervention Program and Rethink Public Safety San Bernardino County Coalition will do just that. Our platform seeks to reduce prison recidivism and remove barriers to successful reentry, promote responsible and restorative solutions to gang intervention, promote diversion and other alternatives and not just incarceration and detainment, prioritize substance abuse and mental health treatment as a crime reduction strategy, increase opportunities for resentencing and reclassification through Proposition 47, and decriminalize youth through school discipline. What we do not mean when we think VIP or rethink public safety is, we do not mean protect violent criminals. We do not mean ignore justice for victims. We do not mean disregard the safety of our schools and communities. And we do not mean disregard recourse for harm. In order to ensure we meet those goals and change the narrative of gun violence and our public safety system in our community and the community that you serve, we need, which you serve, we need funding. And as the gatekeepers of our budget, we need the city council to ensure that the funding is available and utilized properly by earmarking funds for such intervention and prevention programs as VIP and RTPS. Together, let's do the right thing. Together, let's birth heart, mind, and life change through redemption. It's time for this council to shift into action and not just talk. You've been put on notice tonight with this community has had enough. And just like you got in your seats, the same way you can get out. So let's work together and make this community strong.
Thank you. Mia Davis. Mia?
Okay.
Followed by, sorry about that, followed by Reverend Manuel Cardoza, and followed by Linda Myers.
Okay, I'm just reiterating what so many people have already said. To outsource to Riverside, which is a high kill shelter, is not the right thing to do. You've taken away the infrastructure for our animals. They won't get the care that they need. You don't understand the repercussions. It's not good. You have a community of people who are using their money and their time and their resources and reaching out to people throughout all of California to network and to help because they love this city, they love this county, and this is the most overlooked county in the country. City was one of the hardest hit cities in 2008, and we know it, and we love the city, and we have a heart for the city. When I drive through the city, I see barrenness all around me, but you have people that think outside of the box everywhere that are saying, come on, guys, we believe in this city and you guys have such a wonderful opportunity to help make it happen. Please reconsider. Please reconsider. your decision to outsource to Riverside. Please give the rescues a chance, and whatever it is that the concerns are, please sit down with the rescues, talk to them. Let's come up with a plan. Let's work together. This is our city. This is our county. And we can be a voice and make a difference that can impact many cities and many counties throughout this country. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Manuel Cardoza, followed by Linda Myers, followed by Ms. Negrete.
Father Cordova unfortunately had to depart early, so you're getting an historical first today. I'm Pastor Scotty Lloyd of the Lutheran Church of Our Savior, and here in San Bernardino, speaking on behalf of my brother, Father Manny Cordova of the Catholic Church. What subject could bring Lutherans and Catholics who once burned each other at the stake together tonight? And we are good brothers in faith, and it is the support of the Violence Intervention Program. That program saves, when it's in full implementation, $1 million a year. A city that craves more funding, I would think, would be very interested in that topic. But more importantly than that are the human lives that are saved. It is a fact that it is far cheaper to prevent than it is to fight the fire after it started. And as has been stated far better than I can by a number of different people already in much greater detail, is the importance of a program that already has a viable layout, has been proven in a number of cities with crime rates as bad or much worse than here. And already the city has invested. Council has already approved it. It's already being implemented. To stop, shift, support to this program will cost the city ever more money, time, and labor. And with what alternative? Force on force? That's already proven to be a failure, statistically, for the city. So on behalf of Father Cordova and the Catholic Church, on behalf of myself and the Lutheran Church, and our brothers and sisters of faith groups all across the city, we're here to say we want to support you. And one of the best ways that we can do that is by asking you to support the Violence Intervention Program. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Linda Myers, followed by Ms. Negrete, followed by Merv Simkowitz.
Hello, my name is Linda Myers, and I'm here in support of the Violence Intervention Program. "14 years ago, my daughter Melanie Ann Myers was killed in a drive-by shooting. 4 years ago, she was 16. 4 years ago, my daughter Michelle Myers was stabbed to death in the city of San Bernardino. So when I heard that you're thinking of cutting funding for the Violence Intervention Program, I just don't know how you could think of that. I mean, I have 2 grandchildren that are being raised without a mother. I have 1 daughter left. We need you to be involved. We need you to care about the residents in San Bernardino. We need you to care about our children who are growing up in the city. My grandchildren and my daughter have the right to grow up in a safe environment. So I urge you to work with ICUC, to work with Dr. Clay, to turn this city around and make it a safe place for our children to grow and live. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Negrete? Is it Esmeralda Negrete? Okay, we'll have Merv Simkowitz.
I'm pissed off. This is not a forum where people give their time and they give their expertise and run a city to hear people denigrating and innuendos about our city manager who is not here to defend herself. Erroneous facts, I might add. Secondly, to hear someone call a councilman a racist in an open forum is absolutely disgraceful. And then the third thing, I'm very supportive of the animal shelter remaining here, and certainly violence in the city is very important. I've developed over 1.5 million square feet in the city, and the city is very important to me. But to hear an attorney who represents someone who's been charged with a drug charge and suing the city to attempt to try and bribe the city by saying, if you give in to what we've got, we'll donate money to the animal shelter. I can tell you that legal cannabis operations in San Bernardino will give charity to all sorts of charity. Okay, let's start my 3 minutes if we may, Ms. Anna. Okay. Can we start again?
No.
All right. Item number 17 is what I've come to talk about. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Mayor and City Council members tonight regarding the proposed action to approve failed cannabis license applicants that do not qualify as the top 17. Can you guys keep quiet while I talk? I recognize that the city is being bullied by failed applicants with lawsuits and the threat of lawsuits that have pushed the council to consider increasing the originally approved 17 licenses by giving the city licenses to every one of the past applicants. To do so after the 4-phase state-required legal process is ludicrous and unfair to the successful applicants who went through the tedious and rigorous City of San Bernardino criteria. Additionally, HDL Consultants, the outside, neutral, arm's-length adjudicator that the city and most California cannabis cities use, compiled a numerical points assessment list of the applications based on the qualifications, on the specific conditions required by the City of San Bernardino. By not honoring this awards process and giving all applicants a license makes a mockery of the city's own approval process. There are winners and losers in life. This isn't an AYSO where applicants get licenses like orange slices and trophies in every
Thank you,
year.
Mr. Simkovitz. Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Irwin, followed by Lawrence Taylor, followed by Karina Cornejo. Mr. Irwin, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Common Council. My name is Jim Irwin. I'm a consultant to one of your 16 finalists that were awarded a cannabis permit. And I was retained kind of late in the process after you had already established your guidelines, and I just wanted to bring to you some of my observations since you've completed your selections. One issue I'd like you to do is probably reconsider continuing your item number 17 to a later date to take some time to look at some points and some observations that I've made, kind of being new to this. First, check with other jurisdictions today. Find out exactly what's happened there. Moreno Valley, Santa Ana, Los Angeles, Palm Springs. The fail rate of their awarded applicants is extraordinary. And I don't know if it's because of the $500,000 to $1.5 million investment required, depending on what type of license you want to attain, or inexperience, or they're unqualified. But you should need to take a look at it. Clarify the non-conforming use issue you have here. Like someone had brought up here earlier, the city's a mess the way it was planned. There are residential properties within commercial zones, and vice versa. It's a mess. Enforce, this came up in your hearing last week on Friday on one of the lawsuits I attended. Enforce the non-transferability or ban the sale of these licenses. That looks like that's been raised as a court issue, and it could be a problem for the city if you don't clarify that. Enact because you have there's turmoil here with people who were denied, enact another screening process, waive their fees for applying, relook at your financial criteria and the ability to perform because you need the revenue and you want these businesses to succeed. You don't need over half your businesses fail like it's occurring in some cities, and it's also occurring in Colorado. That's pretty much it. Anyways, I'd ask you continue and deliberate on this item a little further and get some more information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Lawrence Taylor, followed by Karina Cornejo, followed by Vince Fawcett. Mr. Taylor, you have an item on our agenda for assessment and lien. There's an administrative request from our city clerk to move to continue the item. You're welcome to use your 3 minutes tonight, or if you'd like to not use it, that's your option.
Well, yes. Good evening, citizens of San Bernardino, and honored mayor and council people. My name is Lawrence Taylor. I have recently moved back into the area. I was unpleasantly surprised with the condition. I live at 470 West 17th Street.
Mr. Taylor, can you lift the mic? You're a tall man.
Yes, I can.
Thank you, sir.
Tall.
Appreciate that.
Yes, I live at 470 West 17th Street. The neighbors are very elated that I'm back in the area because I'm a hands-on person. I have been in politics before, so maybe taking one of y'all's places. I'm just surprised at the condition of the area. I understand a little bit more with the financial situation that faces San Bernardino at the moment. But the neighborhood, the neighbors are talking about crumbling curves, refuge in the alleyways, unattended lawns, and a plethora of other items in the neighborhood. Unlike several other people, I'm here to offer my help. I'm a retired educator, plus other businesses. And I'm here to help the city out because I plan on staying in this area closer to my family. So you will be hearing from me and seeing me quite often.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We appreciate that. Thank you. Our next speaker is Karina Cornejo, followed by Vince Fawcett, followed by Elliot Lewis. Karina? Vince Fawcett? Vince Fawcett? Mr. Fawcett? Mr. Lewis? Lance Christie. Mr. Lewis, welcome.
Hello, my name is Elliot Lewis, EO Holdings, LLC. I'm here to speak on the cannabis item. Here we are, Dog and Pony Show Part 2, but this time I'm a little wiser, and I'm not buying into it. If the city council believes that they could just hand everybody a license, and that's going to whitewash this issue and is going to make the litigation go away, it's just not. I plan on deposing the city manager. I want to know what happened. There's viable rumors, viable allegations from people from the building department that said the scores were changed, outright changed. Pay to play. Everybody up here knows that there's widespread allegations and nobody's investigated one thing. The city manager doesn't even have the guts to show up. In addition to that, this process requires this process, suspending the city manager, that doesn't resolve it for me. The reason everybody's upset is there is no transparency. We just put in an HDL application. We scored 99.7. HDL, we don't even know if they graded the applications. To this day, we don't know how they got graded. I've never been to a city council meeting where they award these licenses, and I've been to many where HDL left the building. They didn't even want to be associated with the scores. They didn't even want to have their name attached to it. And still, no investigation. So my point being, if the city council thinks that, I do agree with the one gentleman, although I agree with everything else he said. If the city council thinks that the solution to the problem is just to whitewash it, give everybody a license, and fail to do the investigation, I'm not going away. I want to know what happened. We have that right. I got up here and gave my 3 minutes in the other Dog and Pony Show, and I promised I'd be a good corporate citizen. That's what I promised. And I believe being a good corporate citizen, whether it is going to help me or hurt me in getting a license, is speaking my mind when I believe that there's been an injustice. And I believe in this process there's been an injustice. And when there's silence in the city council, council, and the city council does nothing, and nobody investigates. That's the problem with this city. And I've seen a bunch of good citizens get up on other issues. Why is it that the same theme, corruption, corruption, corruption? So, real simple questions. Did HDL score the applications? If they didn't, who scored them? What happened at 2 p.m. when those applications got put on the city manager's desk? And why did we get our scores at 11:30 at night? I've never known any city official to work past 4:59. And next thing you know, we're getting sent emails at 11:30 p.m. And you all know there's allegations to the hilt, and yet nobody's requested an independent counsel. Nobody's done anything. But I'll assure you one thing. Whether you give me a license or not, I'm not going away. My litigation will stay. You will not pay me off, and I will figure out what happened to this process. That's what I promised, and that's what I'm going to do.
Our next speaker is Vince Fawcett, followed by Lance Christie, followed by Adam Palacios. Vince Fawcett? Vince Fawcett? Segretti, I see you. You were called, and we'll go ahead and, if you would, please, you have 3 minutes. Welcome. Vince Fawcett, followed by Lance Christie, followed by Adam Palacio. Yes, Ms. Negretti, welcome.
Why are you outsourcing the shelter when you could put money in the budget for the shelter, and if you outsource the shelter, dogs could end up on the streets, they could cause accidents, or even worse, get hit. And what's gonna happen? People could get injured, seriously injured.
Thank you, sir.
I was going to use the last whatever's available. Weren't we just talking about transparency and all this transparency, and I get here and I find out that our city manager has been put on administrative leave? Mind you, I took several people for their word, not several, probably one, for their word about so much misguided and misleading about the city manager. And a few public records have led me to get to know for myself that every trash talk that was going on with the city manager, it's not true. So I really do hope the FBI is investigating. Hopefully we'll see a few gone.
Vince Fawcett, followed by Lance Christie, followed by Adam Palacios. Please, if you would, we're moving on. We're moving on. Maria Morales, followed by Miriam Nieto. Please, she already spoke. Moving on. Ivan Garcia, followed by Art Guerrero.
I'm Miriam Nieto.
Oh, Miss Nieto, please, go ahead. You're recognized. Welcome.
Oh, you can go. You can go, sir.
Go ahead, Miss Nieto. Miss Nieto, you're recognized. Your time is being used. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Miriam Nieto. I am a resident of San Bernardino. I live in the 6th Ward. I am a longtime volunteer of the city. I am an organizer in the city. I am also a behavioral therapist here in our community. And from what I can see, there is a lot of behavioral therapy that is needed in the city council. So I just want to go ahead and get to some points. There is a lot of divisiveness in this city, and I believe that a lot of the people here today are talking about different issues that are concerning to us, the residents, right now. I am here to speak about the violence. I'm here to speak about the arts, and I am also here to speak about how we can make it better as a unified community, and how you guys should be helping us, the community members, be that unified community instead of being divisive and bickering in front of your community. It doesn't help. So to say it, I am here representing today Generation Now, San Bernardino Generation Now, ICUC, ACLU, IE, ICIJ, COPE, Inland Empowerment, and CCIEJ. we are all organizations in the Inland Regional demanding that Chief McBride should not be the person who's going to be our chief. Why is he even being considered to be a chief of police in our community when El Monte decided not to have him because of the policies that he has been supporting against immigration, against our people here in our community? Why would you, Mr. Mayor Valdivia, allow him to come to our city when El Monte decided to take him out? Why are you not looking into putting more policing that is more community bounded rather than reactive? I have my sister here who goes to Arroyo Valley High School, who has to come down to our house walking every afternoon, seeing the helicopters and seeing the SWAT team raid our community because you guys do not have a structure and an organization to make our city a better place and a safer place for our youth and our high school youth. What kind of leadership are you showing our youth when you say yes to reactive policing, but no to the arts, no to animal shelter, and no to programs that are here to help violence, like the VEEP program? Why are you guys here? What are you guys doing, and how are you guys working and making this better? Recently, Mr. Valdivia, there was the killing of Mr. Hernandez, and it is said that it was by the police department. So now, what are you guys doing about it, and how are you guys investigating
Your time
that?
is up. Thank you. Maria Morales, followed by Ivan Garcia, followed by Art Guerrero. Lance Christie, Mr. Christie, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead, sir. My apologies. Please. Welcome.
John, okay.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is Lance Christie, and I'm here in support of item 17 of marijuana. I'm 60 years old. I'm an American veteran. I've been in combat. I've have several things wrong with broken bones, dislocated joints, and just chronic pain. I have to go to Long Beach to get my municipal medication. The doctors want to give me Vicodins, Demerol, and the rest of that crap. It just makes it impossible for me to function. What we need here in this community is a place that we can go get alternative medication instead of feeding the pharmacies and feeding these pharmaceutical companies that have no good intentions for my body. The tax money that you will receive from marijuana, and I have to say marijuana smokers are the only people in America that don't give a damn about the taxes. We will pay whatever you put on there just so we can have our medication that we need. I have to travel, like I said, to Long Beach, Los Angeles County, to get it. I have to pay their county, a county that I do not live in, pay their city taxes, a city that I do not live in, because of our city and our county doesn't want to quite play fair with the rest of the dispensaries. What I say is, give them a chance. The ones that didn't make the cut, check them out again, because I happen to know for a fact, and this is not the place to put it out, that some of your dispensaries you licensed, very bad people, very bad people. So I just say, if you can, go over the licensing process again, double check up on some of these people's background that you're giving licenses to, and give it to the people that are born, raised in this community, the people that live in this community, not the people that came over to this community to make a dollar, but the people that already live here, that already support our community by shopping in our stores, by buying our gasoline, by paying our taxes that we live here in San Bernardino. That's about all I have to say. You council people, some of you guys really don't need to be up there, but you have the job. So try to save what little of your reputations that you have left and do the right thing.
Thank you, sir. Art Guerrero. Mr. Guerrero, great to see you, sir.
Nice to see you. I'm Art Guerrero, and kind of making a return to the community. I had strokes and what have you, and I'm finally getting out. I was out with the animal shelter people with my friend Bob here, and we picketed and we did. And I don't know what's wrong with you. And I'm sorry, Miss Bissine, it was me that was talking about you, but you put it out your mouth. I'm just reporting what you said. You don't want a dog, you don't want a dog, and what have you. That's no problem. I'm saying, why did the rest of you guys give lip service to this community about telling them that they had a chance to save this animal control? If you were going to vote like Sanchez. I mean, I met with Mr. Sanchez. He told me upright, man-to-man, at Meatless and at my house that he was against it and he was going to vote against it. I give him props for that. But the rest of you, all the blah, 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 and these poor people over here from not only the city, from all around Southern California, we had hope. And you guys did it anyway. And I didn't appreciate that. I don't. So you need to keep those animals in your minds. July 4th. July 4th, when they're out there because of the morons that you guys let put these fireworks out there, and they're going to run away, and they're not going to find their home again. And Riverside's not going to come and pick them up. They're going to say, oh, I couldn't find them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that was really bad. So I do want to point out your honesty, Mr. Sanchez. At least we agreed to disagree. Mr. Nickel and Miss Ibarra, I applaud you both. Thank you. Oh, and I'll be back again. Trust me.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Andres Garcia, followed by Jessica. Say again? Adam, welcome, sir. Before you begin, go ahead, sir. Approach the dais, the speakerphone. Andres Garcia, Jessica Lopez, Shane Klosky, Carmel Rowe. You're on deck, sir. Mr. Palacios, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello,
Welcome.
everyone. My name is Adam Palacios, and I'm happy to be given the opportunity to speak on Hempire Cannabis Club San Bernardino here today, for they are truly a cannabis business that cares about their patients. I've been to many dispensaries out here in San Bernardino, and they are quick to grab your money out of your hand and not care about why you're even there, why you need your medication, how you feel. Hempire was not one of them. I believe Hempire San Bernardino will have their patients and patients' families at best interest in mind, not just to take their money. Hempire has actually had toy drives, food drives, and even provided Santa Claus for some less fortunate children in the community during the holidays in a city that they don't even operate in. For that, I put all my trust and faith in Hempire, and I truly believe that they will be an amazing asset to the communities of San Bernardino as a full-functioning cannabis dispensary that cares about you and how you feel, not just how much money you can spend with them. Thank you.
Andres Garcia, Miss Lopez, Shane Klosky, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name, Carmel Rowe, Maria Mont, that completes us, Carmel Rowe. Mr. Garcia, welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The last time I was here, I talked about myself a little bit. I shared a little bit about who I am as a person and how I'm viewed in public. I spoke about policing and how being a young man of color, it's pretty difficult to exist in a system like the one here in San Bernardino. As I heard everybody giving their comment tonight, I became less and less enchanted with the idea of sharing something with you all. Mainly because one thing that I noticed is none of you are taking notes. None of you, Mr. Mobile, I think I seen you asleep earlier. You need to wake up, buddy. I did. I know I did. There's a ton of cameras in here, buddy. And that brings me to another point. You guys are existing in the information age where we can access whatever we want eventually. The light of truth from history shines really bright, and it will illuminate all of your misdeeds if there are. So I'm confided like in the fact that we exist in the information age, and it's so accessible to us. We could find out a lot of things very easily. and we could broadcast them, and we could, the news was here. I have never seen the news at a San Bernardino City Council meeting. I wonder why. There's a lot of things going on, and people allude to like sinister, pay for play or just allegations of corruption. If there's that much, then I mean, I just don't understand. I spoke the last time here about brinkmanship, about gamesmanship. I wonder who was the one who actually decided to put the city manager on leave. Like that must have been a deliberated process, and I wonder who deliberated on that, because that's a slick little move. See, politics is a game. Politics is a game. And my generation, we grew up playing video games. We grew up understanding how to crack codes, and eventually we'll crack this code. My generation will. Because like I said the last time, we have a pretty broad section of the electorate here. And we have a lot of power once we mobilize, and we will mobilize. So just do the right thing, listen, please, Mr. Moville.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Jessica Lopez.
Shane, my name is Shane.
Shane, what's your last name, Shane?
Clasby Stice.
Clasby. Oh, Jessica Lopez, followed by Shane, followed by Carmel. Welcome.
Hi there. Good evening. I wanted to ask the city council, I was going to ask the city manager and the mayor to reconsider the decision to outsource the animal shelter. As far as I understand, I don't know if that decision is very reversible. So if you guys are unable to reverse it, I do ask that you do consider partnering with a nonprofit to run an intake/adoption center. I don't believe in the whole cutting off your nose to spite your face theory of not having the an adoption center within the city. I think having an intake shelter within the city will help eliminate a lot of the concerns that a lot of the rescue groups and animal advocates are having, allowing the networkers to still network the animals, rescues to pull before they get sent out to Riverside. I do ask that you guys also wait. I'm assuming that part of the reason why you have not received an RFP from Riverside is because 4 of their main directors for the animal sheltering have been removed from their positions. We know that 83% of those cats from San Bernardino's county cities that go to Riverside get euthanized. So working with an adoption center and intake group will be able to limit the amount of cats even going out to Riverside, thus saving a lot of animals' lives. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Carmel Rowe, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Shane Clasby Stice. I am here on behalf of the animal shelter. Sorry. I am also here representing the adolescent youth. I am 17, and I want to. Sorry. I was not prepared. I want to tell you guys a story. One night, because where I live, this street is very, very wide. People drag race it all the time. And, they shouldn't be allowed to do that, because my street is common for dumping animals. So my mom and me and other children on that street should not walk out and discover an animal that has been hit by a car because the shelter is moved to Riverside and no one's coming out. There should not be animals rotting on the side of the street because the shelter could not come to get them. I should not have to wake up in the morning and bury a dead animal because the shelter could not get them. I'm assuming some of you have children, yes. They should not have to discover death by an animal being hit by a car or being abandoned by someone who doesn't want them anymore. They should not. The animals don't have a voice, and we do. And you should not tell someone that you are going to keep the shelter. And here, I am not here to call anyone names. I am not here to say I can do your job better. But
She is here to say she can't wait to vote.
but you should not vote against something when you say you were going to go with it. And frankly, everyone here who is here for the shelter should not be told that you are going to keep the shelter when you really aren't. And it's hard because I'm here for people who are afraid to stand up, and I am here to support them.
Thank you.
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you. Ms. Rowe, you are our final speaker.
Yay.
Welcome.
So I kind of have a lot to say today. Went over that 511-page agenda, and I want you to know after I reviewed the budget, I had a fever, laid down in my bed, and just went to sleep. I couldn't do anything else because it was so disheartening and sickening. We're $182 million in backlog in infrastructure and work that needs to be done. I think it was like 39 or 32 million we had in reserves, and now we're hitting down to 25 million after this year. At the beginning of the packet, it says that this year we're going to be 7 million, and then years after we're going to be 7 million short. And then if you get about 10 more pages in, then it actually says we're going to be 9 million short. And then it says by the time we get 10 years down the road, the police pensions, instead of 25 million, it's going to be 40 million. So we're going to be way short. And when I looked at that and I looked at the revenue that we have, I says, we need to double sales tax. If we can't double our sales tax revenue, we're not going to survive. We gave away all of our property tax dollars. Like, what are we really doing? Like, we're not thinking outside of the box. And then in looking at that budget, I said, now I know why they're outsourcing the animal shelter, because they need to save another $3 million. They can't afford the pensions. Well, you know what I've said in here time after time, day after day, and I've heard people say they'll take that on. They'll take on that burden. Give it to the city. So if the city could actually be done with it, because if you outsource it to Riverside, you're still going to have to pay them. You have to pay them to pick up the dogs, pay them per service. But if you give it to the nonprofits, they're going to pay you. We have an ability to generate some funds over here from the love of the dogs. My kid, he had this problem because he fractured his elbow, and he was like a baseball star and a pitcher, and now he's like all sad. And I said to him yesterday, I said, Josh, we have to be thankful for our problems, because our problems are what turn into our blessings. So what you guys see as a problem with the animal shelter is San Bernardino's blessing. And if you guys can remember, I've been up here for a long time and a lot of years, and most of the time I'm sitting in this room empty by myself. I got a whole bunch of people today behind my back. They're all echoing the same thing I've been saying, and they're all showing up, and they're all paying attention. Now, let me get to cannabis. If you issue everybody a license that applied today, and those people who couldn't apply because your restrictions, I just want you to know that we'll be prejudiced in court, and you'll probably have 100 or 1,000, or anybody who didn't apply. You'll have that, and the judge will grant that, because that actually equals prejudice in the law. And Mr. Charette, I brought you some Girl Scout cookies, and I brought some handcuffs. Okay, one of the two, because I can have a citizen's arrest, and last week's meeting it was out of control. So take your pick. Thanks.
We were just notified we're going on an hour and 45 minutes. But we're excited about public comments. Ivan Garcia. Mr. Garcia, welcome, sir. Followed by Sania Thompson, James Siriani. I hope I get that right. Very good. Mr. Garcia, welcome.
Thank you and good evening. Again, my name is Ivan Garcia. I'm 31 years old, born in San Bernardino, raised in San Bernardino County. I was here 2 weeks ago at the last council meeting. I just wanted to follow up on my action items, if you will. One of them was the alley flooding near property 1456 Bell Street. And then my second action item was the claim, or am I gonna get a resolution to this? I just wanna know. I have hope in you guys. I know we're up here just pointing out all the bad things that you guys do, but I'm sure there's good things that you guys do for the city. Second action item is capital improvement programs, the project status. I believe 2 weeks ago we said we have 1.5 million set aside for capital improvement projects. I just want to know where we're at. I want to see some change. I mean, it's not going to happen overnight, but let's get the ball rolling. I have hope in you guys. I'm sure each and every one of you is doing something good for our city. The other thing that I wanted to mention is I wanted to give you guys kudos. At Bell Street, I did see Public Works. They did maintenance, tree trimming. That was a good satisfaction. That's a step ahead to change. And then the next item is all the potholing. We should come up with a plan where we focus on an alley, a street, a location. Let's prioritize. Let's make repairs to those streets that need it. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, is that you?
Yeah,
Welcome, ma'am.
It's Sania Thomas,
Welcome.
actually. So,
Very good. Welcome.
all right. Well, good evening, council. First, I would just like to say thank you to all the people here who are representing the animal shelter. As a pet owner, I thank and applaud you for all the love and voices you are giving these dogs and this issue. And I do hope that you, council, take Ben Gillenberg, or I hope I'm pronouncing it right, on his offer to fund this cause. It is a shame that this has gone as far as it has, and it needs to be resolved. And obviously, the people have voiced on this issue. They want solutions, and they want that immediately, and so do I. Also, I want to speak tonight and address the Violence Intervention Program. San Bernardino City has been awarded a 2-year, $1 million grant, and also a nonprofit organization called Young Visionaries also received a $1 million grant. I would like to see the City Council take initiative and make collaborative efforts to combine these funds and other available resources for programming to promote peace and functional crime prevention efforts that will improve the quality and living and safety for our community. I think all of us that live here and resided here for some time, or whether it be a short time that we've resided here, we do need safe streets. We need it for our kids coming up. We need it for, it's very important. So please take initiative on this cause, on both these causes, and I wish you best of luck. And yes, my hope is for that any issues that are keeping you from moving forward with all of these issues that were brought to you tonight, please resolve those matters. There's so much more that we could be doing together, and I hope that you have open minds and open hearts to receive everyone's voice tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. James Sirianni. Sir, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Valdivia and council. Thank you. First, I want to thank my congressman, my councilman Nickel, for being very responsive to when I have called upon you in the past. I'm from the 5th Ward, and I'm here because I want to work with you, and I want to bring you aware of what's happening up there in the 5th Ward. I'm speaking to you tonight to shine a light upon a growing problem which is the impact of the homeless transient population upon the city of San Bernardino. Many of us realize compassion is needed to deal with these individuals who are human beings trapped in a situation of despair. However, more importantly, we realize that courage and commitment is also needed on your part, Mayor Valdivia and Council, to help us, your constituents, who are tax-paying, law-abiding citizens of the community. We, your citizens, have come upon dirty needles and broken glass pipes while attempting to navigate a parking lot filled with trash or human waste, all in an effort to simply get a cup of coffee or morning donut. Because of situations like this, because of situations like these, the public is at risk to exposure to disease and crime. This problem must be addressed now to avoid further decay of the city. Along the East Street, Kendall Drive corridor from Marshall Boulevard to Palm Avenue, the negative impact of the homeless can be observed on a daily basis. Stater Brothers Market on Kendall Drive has been remodeled, and they've actually closed off one of their doors so the customers can only enter and exit through one door. They've done this in an effort to reduce crime and theft in the community. On the far eastern corner of the parking lot is the Replanet Recycling Center to the east, and the homeless feed off the public who are trying to recycle cans. I personally have seen homeless individuals covered in blankets with shelving carts camped outside the doors of the Rite Aid and directly adjacent, right next door to an ATM outside of Chase Bank on Kendall Drive, waiting for customers to get cash. And all this is done so the homeless population can attempt to panhandle the cash away from the customers. Along the 40th Street corridor, from Valencia Avenue and Kendall Drive, the negative impact of the homeless can be observed on a daily basis as well. We've seen five to 10 homeless individuals camped behind the structure of the former Video Joy store, smoking and injecting drugs with a cavalier attitude of arrest with no fear of law enforcement in their hearts whatsoever. The homeless have overtaken and now control the picnic tables, benches, and public restrooms at Wildwood Park on 40th Street, making it unavailable for tax-paying, law-abiding citizens to use. All this is happening while our city's children are trying to play baseball in the adjacent softball and Little League parks. This problem leads to the increase in crime, destruction of property, reduced property values.
Thank you, sir.
And we need your help.
Thank
Please
you.
help us and we'll help you.
Thank you, sir. This is from a third ward constituent. Ms. Salazar, we got your comments. All members of our council got it. The executive summary is from Ms. Salazar, is third ward resident, regarding audio, the quality of audio. Asks council members to essentially speak into the microphone. Don't forget to turn off your microphones. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. All right, moving on to our consent calendar items. We will poll the council for items on consent calendar, and we ask. We'll just go down the ward line.
No items to pull.
No, Councilman Sanchez.
Sorry, no items to pull.
Thank you, Councilman Barra.
I'd like to pull item 8. I need
Eight?
to 8. I need to recuse myself from item 13, my employers listed, and pull item 14. Thank you.
You're good, Mr. Charette?
None tonight.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions on item 11 and 12.
Mayor Pro Tem?
None tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill?
None tonight.
Thank you. And any from our city staff on any of these items on consent? Seeing none, if we'll move, we have a motion, and if members would cast their vote on the balance.
Our systems are down.
Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
And Mr. Charette? Yes. Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Mr. Mulvihill? The consent calendar items that were not pulled pass.
Very good. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. The first pulled item is by Councilmember Barr, number 8. The item is a amendment number 3 to the agreement with RT Desai and Associates for accounting consulting services. Ms. Ibarra.
My question, I'll direct it to our interim finance director. I was trying to find the numbers on my end were not matching, and I wanted to see where the discrepancy was. It says, I believe on this one, you're asking that we allocate $175,000 for them, but no more, not to exceed $515,000. I did the math per page 57 on the agenda, and I see a total of 469 from fiscal year 2015 through 2019. But then when I do my own math from the contracts that were in the packet, that total was 430,000. Can you help clarify those totals?
The contracts are usually a not-to-exceed amount, where these are the actual bills that were paid. So we sometimes ask for authority because we don't know how much the contractor's going to work. So the contracts amounts won't total what the actual bills were paid. That's just a not-to-exceed authority.
Okay, and is there a reason you're asking for 175 when I'm looking at these numbers, they're not going over the highest I've seen, 162,000?
We currently have a number of vacant positions in the department. And I think you might remember from our mid-year report, since I think it was 2013, we've lost 20 people. It's been, to be honest, a revolving door in finance. So we asked for a 15-month contract just in case we have problems filling those positions. We don't have to come back. But it's on a not-to-exceed basis. So that's really the only reason. We have 3 vacant positions in the department.
So we're working towards filling them up now.
We have a number of recruitments, and I was telling Councilman Sanchez that if my short time here, if I get anything done, I hope it's to fill these vacant positions for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Second? Very good. Members would cast their vote. City Clerk, we are back online, so we will cast our votes electronically.
On item 8, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Sanchez, and the item passes 5-0 with Mr. Mulvihill gone.
Thank you. Moving on to our next item, item number 11, pulled by Councilman Nickel, regarding legislative update and Census 2020 support. Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, and I think this does get to one of the questions I have that relates back to revenue. The census is very important in terms of the allocation of funding. And from what I understand from this agenda item is historically we have been a city that's likely being undercounted in terms of population. Is that correct? Some of the questions that came up is, first of all, how is that determined? And second of all, is what steps can be taken to ensure we do get an accurate count of our population here, given the fact that we have a significant number of homeless, we have a very transient population here. What specifically is going to be done to address those aspects of our community?
One of the important things in adopting this resolution, Councilman, would be to support the potential partnerships with the other agencies surrounding us in other cities so that we have enough resources to do the census. I think that's a lot of just making sure that folks are counted and that the word gets out there and the education is given. So this resolution would be a start to that 2020 focus on.
And is there going to be any effort in terms of ensuring that our congressional representatives are aware of the challenge that we have and making sure that we advocate for the resources that are needed to get an accurate count?
Absolutely, and we can work through our state lobbyists
I would
as well.
appreciate that. Okay, thank you. I'll move to approve it.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment, and maybe I wanted to see if we could maybe think about having a citizens ad hoc committee to group to get the word out, because we definitely want to make sure we get, we might not ever get an accurate account, but we want to make sure we get a better count. So if we could put an ad hoc committee together of the residents in the city of San Bernardino, so that way they can assist us in getting the word out.
Okay, would you like us to bring that item back for consideration by the council?
Yes.
To establish the committee? Okay.
And I would also like to ensure that there's a bilingual component, that what we're doing ensures that all members of our community understand the importance of an accurate count.
Very good. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Very good. Members would cast their vote, please.
On item 11, the motion was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item, pulled by Councilman Nichol, is item number 12, lease agreement on Van Air Tower. Mr. Nichol.
Yeah, this does get to one of the public comments that was made earlier. I think the public is getting a bit weary about the status of City Hall, and I think we've been talking about this for a number of years. The taxpayers deserve to understand what the plan is, and so this is just more of a comment expressing the concern of the constituents. They want to know what the plan is, and I think it's incumbent upon us to get to a decision on the future of City Hall. So more of a comment. I understand we need to have or accommodate for our existing staff, but we can't kick this can down the road any longer. We need to start getting to a decision point on what the road forward looks like.
And I
That's
think
all.
staff agrees with that. I mean, two years, you know.
Yeah, and I'll second the motion.
Thank you. There's a, members would cast their vote, please, on item number 12.
On item 12, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 6-0.
Very good. Item number 13, Ms. Ibarra, would you like to, hold on just a minute. Ms. Ibarra has stated her abstention on item number 13. Mr. Charette?
Move approval.
Thank you. Very good. If members would please cast their vote.
On item 13, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 5-0 with Ms. Ibarra recusing herself.
Thank you. Item number 14, Ms. Ibarra, if you would please. Thank you, ma'am. Item number 14 is been pulled by Councilmember Ibarra. Amendments to the professional services agreement with Cole Huber LLP and the retainer agreement with Manning Cass Elred Ramirez Trester. Ms. Ibarra.
Yes, the only concern I had about this item is we are putting two different law firms together into one item. And we're also doing, hold on, and you're also requesting that we eliminate the not to exceed limit. Is there a reason? Can you explain that?
Yeah, if I may just comment on the issue with the do not exceed limit. I think there was a conversation about that, and I had a subsequent conversation with the assistant city attorney, and we would be fine if you want to impose a limit on that. One of the reasons is that some of the cases that we deal with and under that contract, if it's on long-term litigation, you can't always predict how much a case is going to be, but we did have a subsequent conversation, and we think it's up to the contractor to monitor our limit and that they should be responsible for that. So I think we would modify our staff recommendation to impose a limit that I think I'd look to finance to say what number might be comfortable. Right now it's unlimited, but we would be fine with a limit. 250 to 300,000, whatever that number is that you'd like to recommend.
Yeah, I would say limit it to whatever your budget amount is there.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking about why they're together, Manning, from the backup material we were provided, just bear with me, they were brought in under, to provide legal services on the claim and subsequent lawsuit of Emma Sanchez et al. Are we still doing that lawsuit, or are they doing something else that we don't know?
That law firm would only assist us in with officer-involved shooting matters where there have been fatalities. Those tend to be complex. They tend to present more potential liability, and this law firm is expert in that area, but they would not be given any other types of work.
And also, Cole Huber, I haven't seen them charge us quite a lot, like others that I've seen. But I'd be happy with putting a limit on these if council would like to discuss amount.
Very good. There has been discussion on a threshold ceiling limit. Ms. Conrad, you suggest 250 to 300 based on the advice of the city attorney. Madam City Attorney, does that meet your budget criteria? So the
Yes, and
resolution.
if we needed more, we'd come back and let you know, during the year. Okay, since Rita probably doesn't know the exact amount that's budgeted, are we good with just saying the amount that's budgeted is the limit?
Ms. Ibarra.
I just want to make sure that we're keeping our budget clear.
Well, for example, one of the questions that I have is, I don't know, I'm not familiar enough with the budget and how you prepare it. Do you set aside money for liability and contingencies and unanticipated litigation?
Excuse me, we do budget in the liability fund for things related to claims settlement, and then there's the funding in the city attorney's budget. So in those two areas.
Yeah, right now, the Manning Cass firm is handling one matter. I'm aware of a subsequent matter that may or may not be referred to them, also a officer-involved shooting matter. And I can't imagine us exceeding $300,000 on that particular case. And if we do, we would come back to council and let them know.
And ask
That'd be
for a
my
budget amendment,
recommendation.
yes.
That is all for me.
With that stated, is there a motion with those caveats provided by our staff? Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion to set it
Is there
to
a
the
second?
budgets.
Very
Yeah,
good.
the budget limit.
All right, with those caveats, Ms. Hannah, you'll make notes, please, and there's a second, and members, if they would cast their vote, please.
And just to clarify, it's the 250,000 limit, correct? Okay, thank you.
On item 14, the motion was made by Mr. Sanchez, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Moving on to our staff reports. This is item number 15. The agendized item. I do want to draw some attention before we get into our regular agenda. I want to take a moment to address our public safety here in the city of San Bernardino. The council took bold action at our last meeting to change the way we police our department and the way they do business and conduct business within our city. I've always said that the safety of our community is my top priority as mayor, and I mean it. Over the weekend, San Bernardino City suffered its 11th homicide this year. Since our last meeting, 3 more people have been killed in our city. This tragic loss of life only escalates the urgency needed to implement a new form of policing here in San Bernardino. The council voted overwhelmingly last meeting to implement community-oriented policing strategies. The council and I believe this strategy will make a difference and an impact on our city streets. And we have to act. We must act now. I'm calling item number 28 on the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the budget amendment for the community-oriented policing and problem-solving plan invitation as suggested on our agenda item?
Mayor.
Is there a motion to item number 28 on that motion?
We don't have any information.
The item is listed on the amount.
I don't have it, but just to confirm, all we're doing is approving what we had approved already in implementation of the COPS program and making that budget amendment, right?
That's correct. This is a simple formality that we've already discussed. This is a budget amendment, item number 28, as stated on the agenda item. That's correct.
Mayor, if I may, we don't have, with the finance directors here, but we don't have the proper numbers to make that budget amendment. So we would appreciate if we could come back with a proper budget amendment and a motion so we know what those numbers are.
Very good.
Move to continue.
No, I'd like to make a substitute motion. We had a top number. We had a top number to implement this fiscal year. Am I correct? Considering the nature of this budget amendment, considering this is for public safety, am I correct?
That's correct.
Then I think maybe we should set it at the top number and then make those adjustments if necessary. But I think we should be making that amendment to the budget now, considering the nature of this action. So what was that top number?
I believe it was around over $300,000, but we'd also have to identify a funding source.
We're talking about for this fiscal year, right? Or are we talking about for next fiscal year? For this fiscal year, I think it was less than
It
300,000.
would be this fiscal year and then carried into the next fiscal year.
There's a substitute motion. Mr. Sanchez? Do you have
Yes.
support? Is there anybody supporting that item?
Mayor.
Failed to motion on number 28. We will revisit that later on in tonight's agenda. Let's move on to number 15, item number 15 on our council agenda. This is for further review and discussion of the mid-year financial review, fiscal year 28-19. Item number 15. As I stated at the last meeting, we have discovered some major discrepancies between the budget that was adopted by council last year and the mid-year budget review that recently completed at March 6th and March 20th. This is an alarming and staggering issue, to say the least. The mayor's office has been combing through the numbers in the mid-year budget report, and we will present our findings to the full council. After this presentation, we will have some questions for our finance director and our acting city manager. At this time, I ask Mr. Saley to address and join us at the podium. And if you would, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. The Mayor's Office has been studying the mid-year budget review, and we have some findings that we want to share publicly as to concerns we have with the budget. So I'll just go over some of the key findings that we did. First off, we looked at the revenue projections that were reported in the adopted budget versus the mid-year budget review. And one of the concerns we have is that we're projected to be about $2 million below our revenue projections, which is concerning. That's primarily due to a water fund payment transfer that was supposed to be around $4.1 million. We're now projected to only receive about $3.4 million from the water department. My understanding is that that is tied to some Prop 218 concerns, which the city attorney's office is working on. But the larger amount comes from our utility users tax, which was projected to be about $25 million this year. And now we're only looking at about receiving $23.7 million. That's a variance of $1.5 million. So one of the things we did at the mayor's office is we wanted to understand, where did this number come from, this $25 million, and why are we off by $1.5 million? The first thing we looked at is what were the prior year's projections, or what did we actually receive in prior years for utility taxes? So we looked back. We looked back from 2013 all the way to 2018, and we saw that the utility tax never exceeded $23 million. So we were a little surprised to see such a significant jump in the last budget, from $23 million all the way up to $25.2 million. We've asked for backup on where this projection came from. How did we get to this $25 million number? We haven't received any backup for that yet. We do have concerns because the 10-year projection relies on this huge jump in the utility tax. So that's something that we'll want to understand, why that projection was made and why it was so high and what was it based on, and what we want a real understanding of what we can expect in the future so we can budget appropriately. We don't want to set up any false expectations going forward. So that was a key concern we have in our revenues. One of the other things we looked at is if we're down $2 million in revenues, where are the expenses going? Are we under budget? Are we over budget? We saw we're about even for this fiscal year, and the only reason we're really even is because the police department has so many vacancies in police officers. This council voted to approve many police officer positions. those, for whatever reason, have not been filled. And we don't know if that was done knowing that there was going to be this deficit or not. But there's $1.7 million in salary savings because police officers were not hired. That's the only reason we're really balanced this year. The other savings came from the city manager's office in the form of contracts that were canceled, primarily westbound communications. So those two factors right there are what's keeping the budget even this year. Another major concern we had in the mid-year budget review is that the gas tax fund is in a $7 million deficit. This is really alarming to us because the gas tax fund is important for funding projects for road work and for our public works department. So we wanted to really understand what happened here, what went wrong. We looked and we saw that in the adopted budget, it showed a surplus in the account of $130,000, but that has now since been corrected. We actually did not have a surplus. We were in a deficit of $1.2 million. So that appears to be an error. Our revenues were projected at $5 million in gas taxes. We're now looking at about $4.4 million, not 5.2. And then the other thing you can see there isn't a box, but under the $5 million, we actually spent or budgeted to spend almost $12 million when we only have $5 million coming in. So it looks like the amount may have been double spent in the operational expenses and the CIP expenses. This is obviously a concern. We can't spend money we don't have. And as a result, since we've already committed ourselves to it, we're looking at a deficit of over $7 million in public works under the gas tax. So this is a concern. It's something we're going to have to deal with in the next budget. We got to understand how this happened and what went wrong, and so we can prevent it from happening in the future. But this is a real issue for us going forward. Another concern we had is that the bankruptcy costs were not included in the budget, and now our bankruptcy costs are actually depleting our reserves. If you look at the adopted budget from last year, it projected a surplus, if you will, or a reserve of almost $40 million, which is great. And based on that, the council made a decision to expend about $3.5 million on capital improvement projects, so brought that reserve projection down to $34 million. However, what was not included in the budget, and really we don't understand why not, is the bankruptcy costs, both for attorney's fees and for settlements. And so now we have about $4.2 million in bankruptcy costs from last year, which are coming directly out of our reserves or our surplus, if you will. So now our surplus or reserves are projected to be around $32 million. So that's a depletion of almost $10 million in 1 year. This is concerning because we've always had bankruptcy costs. In 2015 fiscal year, we spent about $4 million on the bankruptcy. In the following fiscal year, we spent almost $10 million. And the year before, we spent $6 million. These bankruptcy costs are really high. We knew we were going to have them. So our belief is they should have been budgeted. If it's a known expense, it should have been in the budget. It shouldn't just be as a coming out of the reserves at this point. The mayor's office is also committed to getting these bankruptcy costs under control. Half of that $4 million cost are attorney's fees, so that's something that we're studying very closely with our city attorney's office, and BB&K is looking into that. So we're going to do everything we can to get those costs under control for the next budget cycle, see what we can do. The CIPs, the capital improvement programs, they were budgeted in our budget to spend $3.8 million $13.8 million on capital improvement projects. However, there was no funding identified for how that was going to be covered. So there were $13 million put into the budget for CIP programs. However, the council only identified $3.5 million. So we think it was a little misleading to tell the public that they would expect $13 million in capital improvement projects when we were only going to spend $3.5 million. This has been a discrepancy we haven't been able to figure out on why that was represented to the public. We do have significant projects, capital projects that need to get done, but we have to be honest about what we can afford to do and focus it there. So those were the key findings from our summary. We are committed to being transparent, to sharing with the public what the concerns are, so we can address them head-on going into the next fiscal year budget. And I'm happy to answer questions about that or end at this
Thank you, Mr. Saley. I do have some questions for our Finance Director, Ms. Conrad. Thank you. Can you help us provide a basis point as to the utility users tax? As councilman for the last 7 years here, I've always seen it ebb and flow of 21 and change to about 23 historically. Can you help us understand what happened? What's the issue here? I mean, obviously it was over projected. Can you help us understand that matter, please?
I do feel compelled to say that all this happened before I got here. So my mid-year report, the findings that your chief of staff were pointing out are
So in all fairness,
the
you
findings.
arrived on scene on or about, what, February 1?
Right, January.
I'm
So
sorry,
the
January.
issues that
January
you
of
pointed out.
2019.
Right, they're the issues that I put in the mid-year report. So it's hard for me to explain what happened because I wasn't here to be able to know the thought process that went into those projections. All I can do really is tell you that I've looked at them now and gave you the mid-year report to point out that I think those things need to be dealt with and corrected.
In your professional opinion, was it? Do you believe that it was an error to make such a high projection? And is this in standard statistical variations to project such a high number?
On the utility users tax, you know, it's hard to know what was being looked at that time. UUT is very dependent on weather. That's one of the key factors. And if there's more efficiencies going in, people using solar, those kind of things. I honestly, Mayor, don't know what was looked at. I certainly would have probably, you know, not knowing what the previous director was looking at, I would have looked at the things that your chief of staff was pointing out, prior trends. And I don't know if there was something that he saw that I'm not aware of, but I haven't been able to find anything to that point. And I'm not trying to not give you an answer. It's just hard to recreate what somebody else thought.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I respect that. Can you help us understand our beginning fund balance for our gas tax account and why it changed from a positive number of $130,000 to a negative $1.2 million?
In reviewing, where this really became unearthed was when we started working on, when I came on board and started looking at the audit, jumping into the audit, and it actually was the contractor that helped me sort this out, whose contract you approved today. But it appears that we started receiving SB1 gas tax money in 17-18. So there were two problems. One, the first problem was that SB1 gas tax and regular gas tax was commingled. So that 130,000, I'm presuming that was the net of the negative and then the positive. So you first had that problem where that was commingled. Separate from that, there appears to be an error where just too much was budgeted in the fund. You know, I can't speak to what happened, but I think there was a miscommunication, you know,
Thank you.
between a number of people.
That answers essentially my fourth question. Was this an accounting error?
The fund balance is, you could say that was an accounting error and that the funds weren't separated, but the over budgeting, it's a budgeting issue.
Thank you. Mr. Barr.
Yes, so earlier, item 8 was on that contract for design.
Yes.
Would they have any insight of what's happened since they've been actually under contract with us for a couple of years already? And did they, at any point, catch any of this information at all?
You know, no, what happens, the accounting contractors, they help with the audit. So the way to look at it is the budgeters are, you know, the budgeting component is planning ahead. The auditors come in after the fact. They're looking at the transactions and the things after everything has been completed. So the contractor is not a part of putting the budget together. She comes in and we're looking at the fund, we're preparing for the auditors, and then we see that the fund is upside down. We start investigating more. Then that so she was dealing with 17, 18, and then that led me to think, uh-oh, what about 18, 19? And then I looked into 18, 19, and again, it's hard to know what was going on. There's been a lot of turnover, and I don't want to put words in other people's mouths. It's kind of an awkward situation.
Very good. Are there any other questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I just have one question. The SB1 tax, should that have been commingled with any other taxes? Or should it have been a standalone?
The gas tax folks, when the auditors come, they tell us that we can have it in one fund, but we still need to track it separately. The best way to track it separately is to keep it in two separate funds.
And can we get a list of where all of that SB1 money went, which streets, right? Because it was for
Yes.
streets, and so that way we can see actually where
We
the
can
money
do that.
went. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Mulvihill.
I just want to make sure the audience realizes that the person that could have been answering these questions is not here because she's been suspended. Thank you.
Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, and I'd like to put some of this in context too. I think some of these variations in terms of where we budgeted and where we actually end up are somewhat concerning. I would like to get a sense, generally speaking, in terms of how we've budgeted in the past, how this stacks up in terms of how far we deviated from what we anticipated. Because I think we do need to start tightening up our budget process. I think we do need to start looking at historic revenues to give us a sense of what we can realistically project. Is it not uncommon to look multi-year in a budget process? I think our window is rather short in terms of how far ahead we're looking. I know some cities budget multi-year. Yeah, is that something? What would be sort of the benefits and drawbacks of that? I think I'm really getting concerned that if we don't have a good sense of what the road ahead looks like in realistic terms, based on historic trends and realistic expectations, that we may find ourselves back in a serious predicament here very quickly. So what would be your recommendation? Some folks have come to me and said, well, you should start looking at a multi-year budget.
Yeah.
Is that something you would recommend, and what would we need to really start paying attention to get in that mindset?
Well, what we could do, it'd be kind of hard to actually produce a 2-year budget book at this point, but what we could do is update our 5-year or 10-year projection. And we are, when I say the finance department, we are scrubbing that over now and trying to make sure that everything is in that projection, that belongs in that projection. So in that projection, we could factor what we think UUT is going to do, what we think property and sales tax are going to do, put in the known expenditures. We know the PERS liability is going to go up, so we can put those things into the projection, and we can give you a multi-year projection that way.
And I will just speak for myself, but I don't want to politicize our budget. So in other words, I don't want to be overly optimistic. I don't want to sugarcoat what the future may look like. I want us to be very realistic about what we can anticipate. We have to get realistic about how we're going to start generating revenue. And I think if we have rosy pictures about the future that assume things that are probably not likely to happen, I think it actually politically makes our situation much more tenuous several years down the road. So I would just as a piece of advice, don't be afraid to come to us with bad news. I think I'd rather get the bad news rather than have the sense that we're actually doing well when we aren't. So please, just from myself, I'll let my colleagues speak for themselves, but I just appreciate honesty and realistic projections going forward. And let's be as conservative as possible and really get to work on how we begin to generate the revenue we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sanchez.
Yeah, just a quick question, and this is something that I kind of hashed out the last time we reviewed the mid-year budget. That $4.2 million on bankruptcy costs. What would be the reasoning behind not budgeting for those costs beforehand, knowing that those costs would be there? We had spent in the fiscal year 2017-2018, we had spent $6 million on bankruptcy costs, and I don't think even then we had budgeted for that in the fiscal year. So it was always just kind of coming out of the reserves. Am I correct? Yeah. What would be the reason behind that? I mean, are we trying to make the budget look bigger? Are we trying to?
I think, and again, I have to keep saying this because I don't know the reasons.
Yeah.
But my understanding, and I'm sure the assistant city manager probably knows this too, but I think from what I understand, it was a philosophy because the bankruptcy costs early on were kind of all over the place. So, and they were very high early on, so it kind of distorted the budget. No matter how you do it, it's going to come out of the reserves, but by budgeting for it, you actually are planning ahead so that at the end of the year, like for example at mid-year when I recommended that we budget it, we know we're going to spend $4 million so that it's not at the end of the year you think you did $4 million better and then, oh, here comes this $4 million charge. So it still would come out of the reserves no matter which way you do it, but by budgeting it, you're knowing on the front end what's going on. It's a philosophy, I think, whether to do it or not, and I feel that we're at the point where it's kind of winding down and we should budget for it.
And we have, I think.
And now
right?
we are.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So.
Ms. Conrad, I'm glad that you're drawing attention to the 5 and 10-year plan. I just want to make some final comments myself. The 5 to 10-year budget that you allude to, I just want to make sure and ensure that the exponential disadvantage that we have on the fiscal impacts going forward are severe. And that's my concern is that, you start and the lines separate, and so there's growth. And so I would just encourage and implore our acting city manager and finance team to make those adjustments and corrections and bring it back to council. This is very critically important, and we want to correct the error now, and like Henry said, attend to it now so that we don't have some misguided, grandiose ideas that we're just singing, or dancing in money. And this is important to us. I'm extremely alarmed at some of the findings. I'll tell you that these discrepancies in the budget that were presented to the council last year and what we're learning now. I am glad that we have drawn some light to this. I do anticipate answers from our city management and city finance on what went wrong. We need transparency. We need accountability. And long gone are the days of a silent, absent mayor and council. This is something very important for us in our community. I sincerely hope that what has happened with the budget, that they were mistakes and not intentional misrepresentations designed to inflate the final outlook of the city in an election year. That would be a serious violation of the public's trust. I expect this council and myself to continue looking into the budget concerns over the next coming weeks and as we enter the budgeting process for the next year and the next fiscal years. The public has my assurance that we will be completely transparent with their money and that they will be kept informed on everything that we learn. Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Appreciate it. Moving on to item number 16, implementation of a Neighborhood Resource Center Matching Grants Fund Program and Leadership Program. Ms. Ledoux.
Rita's reminding me there was actually a motion you needed to take on the previous item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have
Okay.
some options here.
Okay. If you would please highlight those options for the council.
Yeah.
On item number 15, correct?
Right, on 15, we provided two alternatives for dealing with the position of the gas tax fund. And one is the preferred method, which is, because the bottom line is the gas tax fund cannot stay in a negative position. It's a restricted fund, it's special funds. We open ourselves up to audit. So my recommendation is to move the expenditures that are in the gas tax fund over to the general fund. It would come from reserves. The only other alternative would to be for the general fund to loan the gas tax money, and it would be a 5 or 6 year payback. We don't know for sure if that would pass muster with the gas tax auditors, but either way, we have to rectify it. So my recommendation in the staff report is to move those expenditures over to the general fund. And that's where you see the chart where we lower the reserve down to 25 million.
And there are two options as presented in the staff report.
Correct.
Your first recommendation, I'm going to call it option A.
Yes.
That's your recommendation
Yes.
rather than option B.
Yes, I think
Because of the
option B.
long-term impact that it might have on general fund.
Right.
Other comments?
I'd like to move option A.
Option A is moved by Councilman
Make a
Mobile.
second.
Second by Councilman Sanchez. Are there comments? If not, members would please cast your vote.
On item 15, the motion to accept option A, which was moving the expenses in the gas tax fund to the general fund, was made by Mr. Mulvihill. It was seconded by Mr. Sanchez, and the item passes 5-0 with Ms. Ibarra abstaining.
Thank you. Item number 16, implementation of a neighborhood resource center, matching grants fund program, and the leadership program. Ms. Ledoux.
Yes, Mayor, as you recall, on January 28th, the Neighborhood Association Council came to present a proposal to establish a neighborhood resource center. Since that time, Tanya Romo from our office has been working with Amelia, and she wants to present their plan.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. The item before you today is for the implementation of a neighborhood resource center, matching grants program, and the proposed leadership program. On January 28th, the mayor and council held a workshop with the Neighborhood Association Council. At that time, the recommendation was made that staff return with a plan for council's consideration. So that's the purpose of this report tonight. Staff partnered with the Neighborhood Association Council and prepared the report before you. While planning, we took into consideration exploring the most effective method for implementation while keeping costs minimal. Based on successful programs in other cities, the following programs are proposed: a leadership program, a matching grants program, and also a neighborhood resource center. The leadership program will provide a foundation of leadership skills to sustain resident service in the community. Through this program, community members will be trained to recognize and utilize community resources, understand how to prepare and facilitate neighborhood meetings, learn to serve the community together by building leadership skills and exercising them in San Bernardino. To keep costs minimal, we strive to obtain volunteer presenters. We will strive to obtain volunteer presenters. Staff will work with the Neighborhood Association Council to develop a full program agenda. Next is the proposed matching grants program. The purpose of this program is to promote and support community projects that will build stronger community connections. The grants will be restricted to city residents only and not just the Neighborhood Association Council, because I know that was a concern that was raised at the workshop. So it won't be restricted to the council, but it will be restricted to residents of San Bernardino. The return to the city at minimum is double the amount awarded through the grants program. Similar to the leadership program, the application and guidelines will be established by the city in partnership with the Neighborhood Association Council, and this would all be done prior to the implementation of the program. Some examples of successful projects in other cities are the neighborhood tree planting project, a jacket drive for local children, a block beautification mission, bright red curbs, where they went out and all the faded curbs, they went and painted them red. Neighborhood block fencing project, which was one of my favorite. They went out and painted an entire block fences and rehabilitated the entire block. So it really made a difference in the community. While developing the guidelines, we will encourage residents to be creative and ensure the projects benefit the community. Lastly, we're proposing a neighborhood resource center. The purpose of the resource center is to provide enhanced collaboration with neighborhood associations and the community. The Neighborhood Resource Center will serve as a central location for all neighborhood services, including the proposed leadership and matching grants programs. It will also serve as a central location to display community events and will be equipped with resourceful information in the city. It's proposed a center be established within the existing information center, which also houses our call center. The benefit of utilizing an existing office will eliminate the additional cost for services. It will also use existing staff to man the front counter. We're also asking for an additional part-time for all 3 programs. The facility is easily accessible and visible to the community, located on the first floor of Banner Tower at this time. The cost associated with additional services for all 3 programs is at $49,500. This cost is very minimal for 3 programs that we want to implement in the city. And the way we were able to do that is working together with the Neighborhood Association Council. Not only are we utilizing internal services that we already have, existing resources, but also with the partnership that they could reach out for volunteers for services that we're implementing here. If the plan is approved today, staff will begin meeting with the Neighborhood Association Council to begin preparing for the programs. Planning will take time, therefore we don't anticipate funding necessary until after July. If it's approved, we'll include the $49,500 in the 1920 budget. Are there any questions? Yes, Mobile.
In terms of the administration, say the Neighborhood Resource Center, as far as the hiring, the buying of supplies, the keeping of records, who's going to maintain those?
That would be me.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Very good. Are there any other questions from the council? All right. Well, the recommendation is, what say you, council? This is in your lap. This is a good opportunity for community involvement, and we'll open the floor for comments from council members. Councilmember Sanchez.
I'm excited to see this come to our city. I've seen firsthand the good work that this neighborhood council does, and by passing this, I think we're going to be able to offer this NAC the resources they need to continue to do the good work that they've been doing already on a very limited budget. So I'm going to vote for this.
Great, I agree.
Councilmember Ibarra.
This is what collaboration can make for our city. So I fully support this. I can second that motion.
Great.
Very good. Councilman Schreck.
Now, I move that we adopt this, that the council adopt this neighborhood resource center.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay. Is that it? All right. Councilman Nickel. Well, there's a second. All right. Very good.
Yeah, just real quick, will this be an annual allocation then that we can anticipate?
Yes,
going
at this
forward?
time.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, so it'll be something we'll budget for again next year?
Yes.
Okay, and I think what I'd like to do is there any way we could get back a report on kind of the performance of this program? I'd like to kind of gauge this and see what the return on investment is.
Absolutely.
I think I support it, but I think we definitely want to monitor this and see how successful it is.
And the plan after we've developed all the programs? Is that what?
Yes,
Sure.
yeah.
I anticipate that in July.
Okay. I'd like to see what the grants are used for. and just
Absolutely.
kinda, yeah, get some testimonials and get some numbers and see how this
Absolutely,
is
we could
working
return
out.
with that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. Tanya, I want to thank you for working with us, the neighborhood associations. I know that Amelia's been trying to get this off the ground and running for quite some time now. And like Sandra said, this collaboration, and I think that we could do this with other programs by finding matching grants, to save money, especially with our general funds. So thank you for your hard work.
You're welcome.
And I
Thank you.
definitely support this.
No, let me add, my thanks for putting this together and working hard to get this organized. I was involved with the neighborhood associations going back really to the mid-1990s, and Freddie Spellacy imagined the neighborhood associations being involved with the city in terms of actually in this kind of an organization. And unfortunately, with mayoral changes, the attitude of the city towards the neighborhood associations changed, and a lot of relations were broken. So I'm pleased that we're getting back to that point, because I think this is we need an active citizenry, but we also need a trained citizenry as well to know a little bit about what's behind the scene. Often you hear the statements that have been made this evening, which really don't really jibe with what, in fact, we face. And it's good to be able to pass on some of the the budget items and some of the decisions that have to be made, which very often are possibly mystifying and maybe the majority of the population might not agree with.
Right.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. Well, it sounds like you're getting a good A+ here. It sounds. We have a motion and a second, and we'll ask members to cast their votes, and Ms. City Clerk.
On item 16, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Sanchez, the second by Ms. Ibarra, and the item passes 6-0.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
This time, we will take a 10-minute recess, and we will reconvene in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Is number 1, review update on commercial cannabis business applications that were approved by the City Council. Number 2, direct staff to proceed with an amendment to the development code. And number 3, consider taking additional action related to those applications that were not approved, or consider amendments to the existing commercial cannabis business ordinance number MC-1503.
Our Community Development Director, Michael Huntley, will give this presentation.
Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair and members of the City Council. The item tonight is really just an update to City Council. So really at this point, what I'd like to do is just provide a little bit of background in regards to where we were and where we're going, and then I'll go through the background. So back on February the 21st of 2019, the Mayor and the City Council conducted a public meeting related to the 39 commercial cannabis business applications that were submitted to the city for consideration. This was phase 4 of the review process that allowed the Mayor and City Council to take testimony before deliberating and determining which applications to approve. Of the 39 applications submitted and reviewed by staff for consistency of the ordinance, the Mayor and City Council awarded 16 of the 17 that are called out or would be allowed per the ordinance. Of those, there were approximately 5 retail licenses approved, 5 micro businesses that were approved, 4 cultivation, 1 manufacturing, and 1 distribution. During that City Council meeting, City Council did ask for us to come back sometime in April and provide an update. And the update was to include a variety of things. One is to provide a status on the applications. The next one was to provide an update to the maps. Council really wanted to see on the maps which applications were approved, which ones were not, and then really what areas of the city or where council wards those were in. Council also asked for a clarification on the consistency with the zoning code, consistency with the general plan, and also asked us to provide some recommendations on the process. So since the February 21st meeting, staff has mailed out letters to all the applicants that were approved, informing them of council action. In addition to that, staff's been in contact with those applicants that have been approved and has been providing guidance to them in regards to what those next steps are. I think that was pretty critical for council, is for us to encourage them to proceed with this process. So with that, staff did outline what the next process is with the city and the county, and that's actually working through submitting tenant improvement plans for the buildings or sites that they had looked at where licenses were approved. Staff also identified the fact that there is a process with the state. I think most applicants understood that, and they have to go through the appropriate licensing process through the state also. In staff's discussion with the applicants, they did inform us that quite a few of them were still looking at trying to find the appropriate financial resources or individuals who could financially assist them with the establishment of their business within the city. So really at this point, we have in front of you, as attached to the staff report, is the updated maps, which includes the information that I've mentioned. So if you have any questions on the updated maps, you can ask us. In addition to that, staff has gone back and looked at the zoning code associated with the cannabis regulations, and we did identify the fact that there's a little bit of an inconsistency, and we're asking for direction from City Council. What we're asking for is that we want to make the cannabis ordinance in Chapter 5 of the municipal code consistent with the zoning code. And what that would do is just move the definition of commercial cannabis businesses into the zoning code and then include that as a land use category. So we're looking for direction from you to proceed and bring that back in the very near future. We also looked at the general plan consistency as well. And if councils remember, when you approved the ordinance on cannabis, council did make general plan consistency findings. So as such, it's staff's opinion that those general plan consistency findings are adequate to support the decision the council made on the February 21st meeting. So lastly, there were some additional items that came up that we're wishing the council to dialogue on. The first one of those is would be doing nothing at this time and wait for the resolution of litigation. As council is aware, some people have filed suits, and it's really up to council to make a decision what you want to do in regards to the existing ordinance and that litigation. The second item was to increase the number of cannabis permits by particular business type. As you're aware, there is a restriction on the number of licenses that are allowed, upwards of 17, and then it's also based on the types of licenses too. And there's 6 different types of commercial cannabis types of businesses. So council could dialogue and provide some guidance to us if you wanted to modify or amend that, and then provide direction to us to update the ordinance, then come back to council. And the last one would be to discuss expansion on the basis of the certain number only, and then decide how to award the permits. As staff has indicated, and as you're already aware, there are 39 applications that came into the city. There are a few of those that are too close to some of the sensitive uses that are called out within the ordinance. We'd have to go back and look at that. But really at this point, I know there's been dialogue. It was mentioned tonight as part of public orals too, that council may want to consider awarding more than just the 16. Some people have indicated going up to 20, up to the 39. That's really up to council to make that decision. But we felt those were 3 items that council would like to dialogue and provide some feedback to us. So with that concludes my presentation. I do actually have 2 of my staff here. Stephanie Sanchez and Elizabeth Rodriguez. As you're aware, both of those have been working on this with the city attorney and city manager's office for the last few months. So with that, they're here also if there's more technical questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Councilman.
Yeah, Mike, you mentioned making cannabis a specific land use. Would that, besides just making it a specific land use, would that cure other issues that we've got?
Well, it just creates internal consistency between the municipal code. As it stands right now, it's freestanding, so to say, within Chapter 5, and there's nothing in there. So one of the requirements of the ordinance is for us to evaluate the applications on the general plan consistency and zoning consistency. So the intent would be then to, so the applications that were submitted are consistent with the provisions of the ordinance that was approved by council, right? And in there, it does talk about specific zoning districts. So in essence, there is some consistency with the zoning code, but we need to also add something to the chapter in regards to the development codes, so it is consistent. So there's a definition in that chapter as well as a land use, with those specific districts that were called out in the original cannabis ordinance.
I guess just sort of cleaning up certain things.
You are correct.
Yeah. On the broader issue of more permits, I just have to say that a lot of people in San Bernardino are concerned about cannabis and the spread of outlets of cannabis throughout the city. The voters did approve that cannabis should be legalized in San Bernardino. And we did our best in terms of coming up with an ordinance that, again, identified the numbers of specific land uses that would be allowed in each particular category. But the reality is, too, that it was 53% of the population that voted for cannabis in San Bernardino. But the reality is that means 47% of the population did not vote for it. And it's not a winner-take-all situation. In other words, just because somebody comes up with an application, again, there's 39 applications out there. Just because they made an application does not mean that they're going to get approved. Just because they spend the money risking going through the process does not guarantee that they're going to be approved at the end. And of course, that's where our judgment came in. And I think in terms of the categories, the information that we had, the ordinance that we passed, by the way, which was presented to the public and voted and approved last November, that I think that one of the options you mentioned, that this is a new category, a new land use for us. We do know there's going to be some issues associated with this. And I think that we really need to go slow to take a look at just how the cannabis businesses that we have approved, when they actually are in business and operation, that just see what adjustments we need to make. But the reality is, if we start changing our mind now, then we leave ourselves open for more lawsuits. We've did our diligence. We've got an ordinance. All the lawsuits that have been brought up before us have been, the legal terminology I've forgotten, but essentially, we've won all those cases so far. They have.
You have not touched my law.
Well, all the ones, as I say, all the,
ones that are in
Okay, can we please have some order?
yeah, we're not having a discussion here. I'm making a statement.
A false statement.
All the court cases that we've handled have been approved in our case. So the reality is that if we start changing the ground rules, I think we leave ourselves open for more lawsuits. And again, 47% of the population did not vote for cannabis. It's not a winner-take-all situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have comments? Councilmember Nickel?
Yeah, just looking at the map here, it looks like we have quite a concentration along the I-215 corridor. It looks like that's basically where all of the locations are more or less concentrated. I would like to maybe take a couple votes. I'd like to maybe split up a couple motions. But I know the issue of the buffer as pertains to quote-unquote residential use is an issue. And I do believe it's a valid issue. I think what it does is I think it inequitably harms particular property owners just because they happen to have a non-residential use next to their property, and it might otherwise be a more than legitimate location. So I think that artificially creates scarcity in the marketplace for potential sites. So I'd like to make a motion that we remove that non-resident or that residential use buffer. Yeah, the non-conforming residential use buffer, and limiting it, maintaining a buffer for residential zoned residential, but for any non-conforming residential, that we remove that limitation. So I'll make a motion to that effect.
Just for clarification, I want to understand that I think what you're talking about here is somebody that qualifies that's in a zone and would qualify other than there are homes in that, and those homes are non-conforming.
Correct.
To the plan, and they really are the ones that are out of line, not the person trying to do it. So
Correct.
with that, I can support that. I agree with that. So I will second that motion.
Yeah, the issue is, yeah, I'll provide some clarity to some of my other colleagues. The issue is you have areas of the city that may be zoned commercial, light industrial, but they happen to have a home there. Okay, it's not a residential area, but there happens to be a home. As it currently stands, it's called non-conforming. It's a non-conforming residential location, but it prevents a potential operator from utilizing that otherwise legitimate location that would otherwise be allowable simply because there's a home there, a home that happens to be in a zone that's zoned commercial or light industrial. So this would eliminate that prohibition, eliminate that limitation.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Ibarra.
Just on the non-conforming residential zones, I know we had approved some of the applicants that were not within the buffer zone already. So this is where you're going with the non-conforming residential. However, can we put on the application a stipulation that the applicant get approval by the community? If because this is one of my concerns. I don't know how people made it past phase 2 when they were non-conforming. I don't know if there was something in the application process or something that our staff did that it did not go through council originally. So that's where I'm coming from. And I know one of the applicants actually got letters from homeowners that were within that 600 feet. And if we can add that they be allowed with the approval of the people who live in those homes nearby. Because I wouldn't want to put a dispensary where people are not welcoming of it either.
Yes, Councilmember Charette.
Well, just a comment on that, and I understand where you're going. I respectfully disagree, because it's really the person that might not approve that's the one that's not conforming. So it's not really fair for someone that's in a non-conforming situation to preclude somebody that is following all the appropriate criteria. So I hear what you're saying. It'd be nice to have, but they're the ones that are non-conforming and shouldn't have say over somebody that is conforming and that is trying to do the right thing. And in addition to that, a good example of a non-conforming home in a business area or a commercial area, with more activity and more businesses going in there, their property values actually go up. Because the businesses in that area are going to want to get them out of there, and they don't want to displace a home or a family, but their property values are actually going to go up in that case. So I see that as a win-win for everybody involved.
So your motion was not included with all of this. So we're going to take this in three different, can we do this in three different votes? So the first one, your motion was to, can you restate the motion?
Remove non-conforming residential use buffer zone from the cannabis regulations, but retaining the residential zone.
Okay.
Is that clear enough?
Yes, that's clear enough.
And there's various residential zones.
Right.
Various residential zones. Any residential zone.
Yeah, any
Correct, and
residential
and just for clarity, what the councilman was asking for, so there are some areas, we'll say on Highland as an example, you drive down and I'd probably say 80% of it's commercially developed. You'll see a house here and there. So it's zoned commercial, but there's a single family house there. But the issue is, as we call it, a transition area where at some point it's going to transition into a commercial use at some point. And really at this point, what you're saying is it's not fair to the applicants to use that as the distance requirement. It should be from a residential district where there are actually residential homes and not necessarily, yeah, correct. Correct.
I'll call the question.
Please push your buttons. All right, on item 17, the motion to remove non-conforming residential use buffer zone language from the cannabis regulations, but retain residential zone, was made by Mr. Nichol, seconded by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 6-0.
Okay. And I believe the next one was to the Chapter 5, make it consistent with the development code? Is that was one of your recommendations?
Yes, please.
Any comments on that?
Now that's just to add it as a land use.
Correct. So what we'll do is we'll take the exact same definition out of, just so it's clear for the record, out of ordinance number 1503 that was adopted, which provides a definition for commercial cannabis businesses. That'll be dumped in the zoning code also with the definition. And then those specific commercial and industrial districts where the council decided would be appropriate districts, we're going to then add a land use category, and then the fact that it is permitted, and we'll probably reference the regulations back in Chapter 5.
Councilmember
So for
Charette.
clarification, so I clearly understand that, that's not really impacting any of the current applicants, or it is?
No, so we're able to make the determination.
Does it make it easier going down the road?
Correct. Within the staff report, it does say future, because 2, 3, 4 years from now, when some of us don't remember what the decision was, we need to make sure that it's referenced within zoning code too. So that gives all future applicants the opportunity to, it just cleans it up and makes it clear.
Okay.
Councilmember Nichol?
Well, I'll go ahead and support that, but I have some questions on some other aspects of the ordinance.
Yeah, was there a motion? I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
It's not showing.
It should be, it should just say blank motion.
It says vote in progress.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me stop that one and now start. I do apologize. Oh, okay. Well, let's do a voice vote. This is on item 2, making Chapter 5 consistent. I'm sorry, the second vote. Making Chapter 5 consistent with the Development Code. It was made by thank you, Mr. Charette, and seconded by Mr. Nickel. I do apologize. Mr. Sanchez? Yes. Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Charette? Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. The item passes 6-0.
Thank you, council members. Nickel.
Next item, in terms of the limits on the number of licenses, I think there are some legitimate questions I have. First of all, what is the disposition of the licenses that if and when an applicant does not get subsequent approvals, what is the disposition of that license? It just goes away, right?
So with that, I'm going to refer back to my staff since they actually were working on the ordinance. I'm just going to refer to them real quickly. So, Stephanie?
I'm sorry, Councilman, can you repeat the question?
So if and when an applicant does not receive subsequent approvals, what happens to that license that we've granted? Does it just disappear? Can they transfer it? Can they sell it? What can they do with it if they don't get subsequent approval?
So going through the additional review that we're currently in the process of doing, say they don't meet additional land use approvals to that extent, we would have to look at it, and if they really don't qualify for that location, for that license, based off of all of our determinations, then the license would essentially become available. They would no longer be able to obtain that license because they no longer qualify for it.
Okay. And when you say available, what does that mean specifically?
It frees up a license number. So currently, we've awarded the 16 out of 17. 2 of the categories are completely full. Cultivation still has 1 available. Distribution and manufacturing still have some available. So there would be an open license to award in a category separate from those that are full.
Because I think there might be an opportunity here on a policy level to consider. I think one of the concerns I have is ensuring that we have an optimal marketplace. So I don't want to see oversaturation. I get that argument. You don't want to have too many operators in one particular segment of the industry, particularly in retail. I think there do need to be some limits on the number of retail establishments. I think there should be some reasonable guidelines. I've looked at this issue, looked at the state requirements and so forth, but I'd like to make a motion that we establish a policy of no more than 1 per 20,000 in the city on retail licenses, and the same with microbusiness. One per 20,000 based on the current census. So it'd be based on whatever the current census is. Yeah, so 210,000, so that would be 10 total licenses currently for retail, 10 total for microbusiness. And then eliminate the limitation on cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and testing. Eliminate the limits on the number of licenses for cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, and testing. No limit. And 1 per 20,000 for microbusiness, 1 per 20,000 for retail. I'll make that motion.
Yes. Councilmember Mulvihill.
Well, I guess somebody needs to second. A microbusiness could also contain a retail establishment. So in other words, if 1 per 20,000, that means there are, we've got 220,000 in the city right now. So we're talking about 11 retail establishments.
Well, actually, it'd be, I think, 10. We have, what, 210?
Well,
Less than 220?
The sense, we're up to 221,000.
Is it about 221 now?
Yeah,
Okay.
So we're talking about 11
Okay, so
retail
11,
outlets.
yeah.
Which would really be 20 with a micro.
Exactly. You just double that. And so, that's too many. We want to make sure that the ones that we do allow are successful. We don't know what the market is. This is not a discussion. We don't know what the market's going to be.
Okay, well, I'm just going on the state and other guidelines. That's actually very conservative, given a lot of the other limits that are put on other other levels of regulation. But my sense is the market could bear that, and I think it's probably it's reasonable given some of the limitations I've seen elsewhere in other regulations. So that will be my motion. I mean, certainly I understand the concern. Would you be willing to limit that just to retail? 1 per 20,000 for just retail?
All 39.
Then where does the micro business come in then? Where the micro business?
Well, if they were a micro business with a retail, then they would fall under that limitation.
So we're talking about. So
your
21,
concern is
20
too many retail, not
Exactly.
having too many
Exactly.
retail, right? So if you had a micro business that also had a retail component, then they would fall into that same 1 per 20,000. So what you would do is, going through the ranking system, you would go through the retail and the micro businesses that have a retail component to it, and then once you get to that, that allocation of 1 per 20,000, in this case, it'd be 11 licenses total, then that would be your cutoff.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too many. This is not a business. Quiet. This is a business that we haven't quite explored yet on a legal side, and we want to make sure that the ones we do have got the market that can support the kind of.
We've had 63 or more dispensaries in the city at one point.
Can we please stop from the audience, please? Thank you.
Making money every day.
Please get some intelligent conversation up there.
The city can support 3 for more.
You guys, please, can we have some order?
At least 21.
I'd like to go ahead and continue to move on this discussion. We need to have a policy in place to fill those vacancies if they do become available, if there are licenses that do not continue to qualify. Do we have that in place right now?
I think we probably just need to get some clarity on that, to be honest with you.
Are we going to follow the same process we did for the 16 we approved?
I would, well, based on what's been adopted today, I'd say yes. But I guess there needs to be some clarity in regards to, I know there was a gentleman earlier who got up and he had indicated in some other cities, there were a lot of applications approved and maybe only half actually went in. Well, what happens to those that don't go in? What happens with those licenses? So I think there needs to be more clarity from council and direction. So, what we need to do if they don't move forward, and then how we can reopen it and then provide, the next round of applicants submitting and or going down the list of what we have today. So
I think the council needs to revisit, we need to address, first of all, an implementation, or we need to direct staff to come to us with options available to us in order to have a process in place, a streamlined process, so that we can fill these vacancies if they do become available, including that 17th one that we have that we initially have not filled. That should be our first step. We're talking about granting more licenses, and we haven't even finished the process with these 16 that we have already agreed to offer initial licenses to. So we need to move ahead with that, along with the discussion that maybe a year from now we make a reassessment of where we stand on this in the industry. This is the problem. The problem here is that, as one of the speakers mentioned, there are unfortunately losers in this process, and being angry about that issue isn't going to help. We do need to address the 16 licenses that we have awarded and vacancies if they do become available. I would make a substitute motion that we direct staff to come back to us with a process for filling those vacancies if they do become available.
Yes, Councilmember Charette.
I think I support what you're suggesting. Don't look so surprised. Don't anybody be so, I'm full of surprises. You know, I hear all the comments tonight, corruption, pay for play and all that, and I agree that we had a process we went through. It was called difficult, messy, lots of things. I think we did. I was told by a number of people that we did a pretty good job under the circumstances.
Really? Your mayor had me at dinner having drinks in Irvine asking me for money. You want to talk pay for play?
You're going to have to take that.
2 weeks ago, still happening.
Okay. Well, I can't comment on that because that didn't happen to me, and I don't know anything about that. All I can tell you is that we had a process. We went through it. We've taken a lot of criticism. I've also taken. I've had some people say we did a great job. So I am not going to support just opening it up and just saying all 39 get it. Lawsuits are not something we're relishing, and not something we're. By the way, we're not represented here right now by legal in our conversation.
She walked outside to talk to the guy in the audience.
Well, okay. It concerns me that there's not somebody here, but if I say something, I'm sure I'll hear from the audience. I think we need to stick with what we've got and give this a shot and see how it's going. I was contacted, and people asked me about things and were asking me how I might consider some things, and there were points that I could live with and points that I couldn't, and there were questions that I had, and in the final analysis, I believed that what we did was not necessarily right or perfect, but it is what we did, and though it has not been completely through the courts, we've been fairly well adjudicated up to this point.
Not really.
Up to this point.
Not really.
And I don't want to approve people that are going to fail, and I've been told that half of the 16 are going to fail. They don't have the funding, they don't have whatever. Well, I'd have to say...
Please follow the code of conduct, please.
Mr. Charette didn't last week.
That was a special meeting.
So is this one.
Very special. And I got a lot of accolades for that as well. So the point is I'm probably going to get a little chuckle here that I come from the private sector and I'm business friendly and try to be, and I think that's what we're trying to do here. This is a new industry that I believe is going to grow, and I don't think it's going away anywhere. And if someone's really serious about it, I think they'll stick around. And if we show that we're doing well here with the current applicants, so I'm not going to support really changing what we did with the 16. I guess I could maybe be persuaded to add that 17th that is allowed by our current code at some point in time. But what we do need to look at how we're going to deal with those that fail, those that don't make it, those that maybe want to apply now, anticipating a second round. My suggestion there would be that we take applications on a daily basis, or whenever someone submits it, we put a date on it, and then at that point in time, if we have a second round, we go by date and we open it up and we start going through based on whatever we're doing at the time of that second round. So that's where my position is tonight, and I'm going to stick with it.
Yes, Councilmember Ibarra.
Question for Mr. Huntley. You came from Monterey Park. How is that process in Monterey Park currently?
To be clear with council and the public, the city of Monterey Park had taken a very restrictive position on it. So they actually based their decision on federal regulations, so they didn't allow any cannabis whatsoever.
Yeah, because I saw some that were posted online.
Might be posted online, but nothing's allowed.
So we had a second for that vote? Right?
The motion I heard was to direct staff to come back with a process for filling vacancies if they do occur. Made by Mr. Sanchez, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill.
Okay.
Is that your understanding?
Call a question.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Charette.
Maybe to clarify and add this one caveat, and that is not only the ones that may fail or become available, but anticipating maybe a future round of applications and come back with some sort of a process of how we can accept applications for a future round of approvals, if we do that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So I guess we need to take a voice vote.
All right, that is very strange. Mr. Sanchez? Yes. Ms. Ibarra?
No.
Yes. Mr. Charette? Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Yes. And Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. And the item passes 5-1 with Ms. Ibarra voting no.
Thank you, Michael.
Anything else?
Mayor Pro Tem, if you would just indulge me for a moment, I just want to let you know, I don't usually walk out of your meetings. I felt compelled to do so because, as you know, we just prevailed in this lawsuit, in the Washington LLC lawsuit against the city, in which some very serious allegations were made against our process and people. And we prevailed in that lawsuit because they have not, as of to this date, proven. I have asked any attorney who feels that they have evidence of wrongdoing to contact me personally because I believe in the integrity of our process. I'm not saying something happened or didn't happen, and so I just felt compelled that the individual who made that statement would know not to walk into our public arena and make such statements if they don't have evidence to back it up. I will put everyone on notice that if you have evidence to back it up, I would like to see it and will refer it to the appropriate law enforcement review committee or refer it to where it needs to go. But I think that making these statements in a public setting and not being able to back it up is dangerous to our process and to the integrity of the cannabis programs you're trying to start here in your city.
Councilmember Nichol.
Yeah, I have heard some concern about microbusiness specifically, particularly microbusinesses that have a retail and an otherwise some other type of component to them, whether or not they're allowed to operate that retail component in, say, an industrial area, that there seems to be some inconsistency in terms of the types of operations that a microbusiness can engage in, and the fact that some of those operations may be required to be located in, say, a light industrial area. A retail component has to be in a commercial area. Are there some inconsistencies there that we may need to deal with as pertains to microbusiness specifically?
Not necessarily. I mean, I guess the argument could be, and again, when the ordinance was created, it did identify the commercial and the industrial districts where the uses would be allowed. In that ordinance, there's no differentiation in regards to, specifically. So it's staff's understanding that all 6 types of commercial cannabis businesses can be in any of the commercial or industrial districts. There's no differentiation in the ordinance of those. I know typically you'd think that if it's...
Can they do distribution in a commercial zone?
Yeah. Based on the way the ordinance is written, you can do any of those in any commercial or industrial districts. Usually you'd think if you're going to do cultivation, it would be with an industrial district, right? But again, there's no real differentiation between them.
Okay, because I've heard some issues to the contrary that, given the amount of, especially for distribution or so forth, certain types of operations may not be allowed in a commercial area.
Sure. Well, I get, what I might share with the council as well as the public, if there's some concerns regarding the operation of it, please feel free to contact city staff. We'll work with them.
I just want to make sure if there are inconsistencies, we address that.
Yeah.
And I would just say, I do believe that certainly when it comes to the non-retail components, I think having an unlimited system makes some sense. I think we were really undersubscribed, I think, in some of the non-retail areas of the industry, and I think I would like to explore the possibility of eliminating those caps and allowing more or less unlimited activity as pertains to those other areas that are non-retail.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Ibarra.
Okay, this question will be for our staff, Stephanie and Elizabeth. Ladies, do you know how many applicants had originally applied that didn't proceed onto the phases because they were not in compliance with the original zoning, and now they can apply again? Because I would like to see them be considered the second time, maybe grandfathered, since they had paid for the original. But do you know, off the top of your head, how many of those were?
Yeah, so we had a total of 42 applicants from the beginning. Only 3 of those applicants had dropped out from the running after the initial scoring. All of the other applicants had moved forward into the process, whether they were in compliance or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did we handle all of your recommendations?
I believe so. So what staff got out of the discussion tonight was twofold. First one that came from Councilman Nichols wants us to go back and take the non-conforming use components in the commercial districts out, and so we don't use that as the distance requirement. So that'll be taken care of. We'll go back and amend the ordinance. And then Councilman Sanchez also made a recommendation that we go back and reevaluate for those licenses that fall away and they don't move forward, some process for them to come back and then proceed with issuing new licenses. And then there was another recommendation that went hand in hand with that also allowed for a secondary process at some point in the future for them to come back and resubmit to the city.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Ibarra.
Another question I have, our consultant, HDL, their contract doesn't terminate till December 31st, and we never got a clear understanding of the scoring. Is it possible that they can come back just to explain that to us? Because I was under the impression that their contract ended, and then we got the contract, and it didn't expire till December of this year.
You're absolutely correct. The funding ran out, so we would have to come back for an amendment. But we've been talking to them because we actually probably are going to need more of their services, so we will be bringing something back to you.
So on our end, do we extend a contract, giving them a certain amount of money for a certain amount of hours only? Is that what happened? Then that's why they're not here at our meetings?
We didn't ask them to be at the last meeting, but that's not why they're not here. But we did run out of funding. We actually are over a little bit, so we need to come back with a budget amendment based on the services they provided. So we'll be providing a report to you at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 18. And this is a selection of Skag Regional Council District 7 election voting members. The recommendation is to approve the selection of 5 voting members for the 2019 Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, the Regional Council District 7 election on Friday, April the 5th, 2019 at 5:30 p.m. at the SCAG San Bernardino Regional Office, Historic Santa Fe Depot, 1170 West 3rd Street, Suite 140, San Bernardino, California. Councilmember Movill. We need 5. But
It's not that they needed you to vote on the 5. They just didn't want you to all get there and expect that you could vote, because in the past, everybody could. And so what they've done is they've limited it to 5 members, and they just wanted you guys to know that. And so if you want to formalize it, we certainly can.
Well, so
but that's what that is
Mm-hmm.
that they're not actually looking for a vote. They just wanted to give you a heads up.
Right.
They actually do.
And one of the
Did they? Because
They
that.
actually do want you to appoint the voters.
Well, yeah,
Okay, then.
we surely want to be there to support, but one of the things is that we have a conflict because it is at the same time as the state of the city. So how do 5 of us get down there and go to vote to support our city? That's
No, I'm going to be there.
okay. We have 1 member,
Could I make a suggestion?
Councilmember
Mr.
Schreck.
Schreck, go ahead.
Let's just go ahead and get the 5. If they can make it, they can. If they can't, they can't, I guess. I mean, because we do have a conflict.
Okay, what's the recommended motion then, Ms. City Clerk? City Manager. The item on number 18.
To select 5 voting members.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Charette, your recommendation is that five of the 6 council members show up if they can make it on the Friday at 5:30. And those members that are present,
Remains to be seen.
and those members essentially by default would be the voting members of our city. Is that accurate?
Yeah, whether they're there or not.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So there.
Volunteered.
Okay. All right.
I did. I volunteered.
Okay. Well.
Councilmember Nickel, yes.
I do want to encourage you, 3 council members, please remember we have a state of the city and we want to include you in this opportunity for our city. So I encourage you, cast your vote and then come and join us at the state of the city. It's important that we stay united. Very good. Moving on to item number 19, oral update on discussions regarding Boys and Girls Club. Ms. Ledoux.
Yes, Jim Tickmeyer is going to give you a report. The reason it's not a written report is because he just met with them yesterday.
Mayor and council, thank you for allowing me to give you this update this evening. As we reported last year, the charter for the organization formerly known as the Boys and Girls Club of San Bernardino was revoked. I brought that to council, and it was made clear that council was in favor of, again, reestablishing our own San Bernardino Boys and Girls Club. We set up some meetings with Boys and Girls Club of America. Initially, they had stated that they would be going out and identifying some clubs that could possibly serve the San Bernardino area, but that having a new charter established or issued to an organization was not an option, as the Boys and Girls Club of America and their governing body is reducing the number of charters and trying to expand the areas of the more organizationally sound and higher performing organizations throughout the country. So when we left that meeting that day, we as a group were under the impression that we would be able to have several choices, organizations to choose from, which ones we felt and Boys and Girls Club felt would best suit our community's needs. We do have some specific needs that are very unique to our community. But subsequently, and since that time, there's been some public comment and some comments made from the public that were from particular individuals that basically lean towards being able to establish our own charter again. So I recently called a meeting with some community stakeholders and had representatives from Boys and Girls Club of America present at that meeting yesterday, and just had them clarify what our options are for Boys and Girls Club services being provided to the city of San Bernardino. The current boundaries as they're laid out with the revocation of the charter for our San Bernardino Boys and Girls Club, the coverage area of Redlands, Greater Redlands Riverside Boys and Girls Club now includes the San Bernardino area. So what I'm going to prepare is to come back to you guys on the 15th. That's the date that the Boys and Girls Club of America representatives are available to come to the meeting and explain how their process has worked, what decisions their governing bodies have made, and how we can go about getting Boys and Girls Club services back in the city of San Bernardino. So I'll have that back to you on the 15th. I will also be scheduling a meeting next week with, now that it's been identified that Redlands Riverside is the only Boys and Girls Club chartered organization. Or I shouldn't say the only, but it is has the first right of refusal, would probably be a better way to put it, to provide services in the city of San Bernardino. Now that that's been identified, I'm going to schedule a meeting next week with the leadership from Boys and Girls Club of Greater Riverside, or Greater Redlands Riverside, and meet with them to get their input and their judgment on their ability to expand their services or extend their services over into San Bernardino, what that looks like, and how we can move forward with Boys and Girls Club services.
Mr.
You guys have
Tickmeyer,
any
you referred
questions?
to the 15th of the month. Do you?
15th of May.
Okay.
So it would be the
15th of-
second meeting in May.
Second meeting in May, all right. Very good. Are there any questions, comments from the council? All right. Thank you, Mr. Tickmeyer. Appreciate it. The next item is item number 20, public hearing, business registration liens. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak and address the council on item number 20? Having seen none. Ms. City Clerk, your recommendation?
Yes, I was speaking to Talisha Lopez in Business Registration, and they'd like you to continue this until July.
Move to continue. Second.
Gigi, is that the, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that the second meeting in July?
Yes.
Okay.
Members would please cast their vote. Move to continue.
Hold on just a second.
The one after 4th of July
The only
week.
one in July.
Mr. Nichol. So the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, seconded by Mr. Nichol, and it passes 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 21, cancellation of April
Move to
17th.
approve.
Yes.
Got a motion and a second. Members would please cast their vote if there's no discussion items.
So on item 21, the motion to approve, I heard Mr. Nichol, and seconded by Mr. Mulvihill. Okay. And the item passes 5-0, I'm sorry, 5-1 with Mr. Charette voting no.
Very good. Items number 22 through 29, I'd like to make a recommendation to our council regarding items 22 to 29. We have not received any backup material or staff reports. I'd suggest we approve a motion almost as if consent on items 23 to 29. We approve a motion to direct staff to prepare the items for the next agenda with the appropriate reports and to provide a corresponding timeline on these matters. Is there a motion to that effect?
No, but I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, item 23 was talking about reactivating the Cannabis Committee, the Community Development Citizen Advisory Committee, and to make sure that the Charter Committee is now actively meeting. That was something I requested at the last meeting, Mayor. The other item, number 24, was for us to bring back our city clerk into closed session. And then number 25, we do have backup information. That's on the Art and Guthrie project with an update. Number 26 is our location to the IVDA, and I think we're waiting on that one. But I would like to at least get started on items 23, 24, and 25, if possible.
Tonight or for discussion on our next council agenda item?
Well, the only thing that you could do on these items anyway, in conformance with the policy we discussed, is to take a vote of 4 to give direction to staff. So you wouldn't be acting on these items anyway. They were placed here as sort of like a parking lot place of things that council members identified as being of interest, but they never received majority support telling staff to act on them. So whether you take them in one fell swoop or you take each one and look for 4 votes on each one, the result is the same.
Ms. City Manager.
Mayor, maybe we just go through a couple of these, and they were just for informational items anyway, so we can take those out. For instance, on the committees, the Cannabis Committee really has no real reason to meet anymore. They were just strictly to set up regulations, and I'd have to look at these others. Obviously, the Charter Committee needs to get together, so we'll look at those. Bringing back the city clerk, I imagine you could just make a decision on that, if that's what you want to do. Art and Guthrie, that's just informational. I provided the summary that it was already sent out to you. We can take that one off the list, I think, now safely, because that was just for information. I can give you an update on the IBDA. That's going to come back, the license agreement. We're working with them. That'll come back on the 1st of May, and then we can start meeting there, the second meeting in May. So that was just informational. That'll definitely be coming back on May 1st. Okay. Food truck, we just needed a little more direction on what you were looking for that item. And we already talked about cops.
Correct.
And then you can talk about number 29.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the council here? What would we like to do? Obviously, with those stated items from Ms. City Manager, item number 25, we can strike it. We've received an update. Item number 26 will come back to us May 1st anyhow. Item number 23, we could certainly bring that back for discussion. So what say you, council members? Councilman Charette.
I'll move that, whatever you said, that we put these off until staff can, and as a block other than the ones that have been stricken, and maybe I need a purple pen to.
So,
I'm just kidding.
So are you thinking May 1st?
Well, like
Bring this
22.
back. Okay.
That's for discussion, we'll bring that back.
Okay.
23, that one can wait and we can bring back, it's for discussion, we can bring that back. But the Cannabis Committee, you just indicated, but there's others there too. Charter Committee and Advisory, so I think we ought to be talking about that. Discussion to bring back the city clerk. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know why we need to do that, but again, that one can come back probably. Arden and Guthrie, we got an update written.
Right.
Then item
26 is coming
26, 7, and all those other ones can wait. So all of them except which one?
Would be 25,
25
26, and
yeah, strike
part of
those.
23
Yeah.
would be stricken. The rest, the balance,
Yeah. Do
for
you
May
hear
1st.
what I'm saying? I mean, that's the direction I'm trying to give the staff.
Is there a motion or a second to Councilman Charette?
I'd like to comment again.
Yes, Councilmember.
The reason why I would like to see the Cannabis Committee reactivated is so that they can follow up with checking the applications as they're coming in. It could save us money instead of hiring, again, another contract to HDL, being that they weren't here to explain the scoring process for us. I was a fellow commissioner for the Community Development Citizen Advisory Committee, and we reviewed applications. We are volunteer citizens that take pride in the work that we do. And I think that would be a good option for us to consider. Maybe our staff can put on a report and compare Cannabis Committee versus hiring a consultant like HDL.
Thank you, Ms. Barra. Is there a second to the motion on the floor?
I'll second.
All right. Members, if there's no discussion points.
I just want to have clarification. Will staff be asked to bring back a discussion on the cannabis or not?
I'll include that.
I'll include that. Okay, just want to be clear. Thank you.
Okay, with those items noted and the motion on the floor with a second by Councilman Nickel, members would please cast their vote.
Mr. Mulvihill? On those multiple items, 22 through 29, pulling item 28, 26, and 25, the item passed, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, seconded by Mr. Nickel, and the item passed 6-0.
Very good. We are in adjournment process. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council, and the Mayor and City Council acting as a successor agency to the redevelopment agency. Please make note, will be held on Wednesday, May 1st, here in our council chambers. Closed session will begin at 5:30 p.m. and open session will begin at 7 p.m. Enjoy your evening. Please drive safely. Thank you.